show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. The jury is not present. Mr. Nerman, you have a motion.
Yes, Judge. At this time, we're going to renew our motion for sequestration of the jury. Last night, there was apparently, however they were obtained, at least at this point, we're not for sure, interview tapes of Ms. Arias's parents in Wairika, California were obtained by the media, as well as journal entries from Ms. Arias's entire journal that was seized during a warrant. These were broadcast and read ad nauseum in conjunction with this motion, and in conjunction with the reports. One of the reports mentioned that the county attorney's office had provided these diaries to Ms. Arias. So consistent with this motion and also the corollary of the misconduct motions that are still pending before this court and are cumulative in nature, we would be asking that the county attorney advise the court either deny having done that or concede having done that on the record at this time.
Mr. Martinez?
I don't see the relevance of whether or not the county attorney's office provided that or not. That's an issue beyond my control, but my understanding was that there was a public record request. I don't know who made the public record request for the two videos that Mr. Nerman's talking about. They actually don't watch the media as much as that defense counsel seems to, so I don't really know whether or not that was played or not. Additionally, there was a public record request, my understanding, for the journals, and that was something that was provided. There are many public records requests that are pending for the Maricopa County Attorney's Office right now, and I don't know what they all involve, but I do know that there are many.
Well, judges, this court knows, and the case law tells us that this case must be tried in the courtroom, not in the media. That's one of the boundaries. If we want to try this case outside the courtroom, and that's what the county attorney's office seems to be conceding now, I'm willing to do that as well. But as it relates to the jury, this is the kind of information we've just heard the county attorney's office concede that they are putting out there, that the jurors can hear. If we are to believe, the court asks the question of the jurors every morning, have you seen, or not every morning, on a weekly basis, have you seen anything on the media in a group? No one raises their hand. No one wants to be singled out. But to believe that to be true is to believe in absolute fiction. It is a fairy tale to assume that this jury is not hearing any of this. It is all over the news, be it local or national. So again, if this release of information done by the county attorney's office, this does affect Ms. Arias' right to a fair trial, it is disseminating information that would not otherwise come before the jury and affects her right to a fair trial. If we are to believe this fiction that the jury doesn't see any of this, okay. But again, it is a fiction that is beyond belief. I might add to this, coming in this morning, I saw the media photographer, who I believe works for HLN, move forward towards the door as he saw the jury bus. Jurors number 1, 4, 6, and 17, and I believe 13 were all coming in. I do not know if they were photographed or not. At this point, I couldn't tell based on the way the position that the gentleman was holding the camera, but we have to concede these facts as well. These are facts that the jury is not excluding. There is no doubt about it. We don't even need to rely on a fiction to know that the jurors were photographed this morning or cameras were outside there this morning, because I witnessed it myself. So, Judge, given all this, I'm asking the court to no longer rely on this fiction that this jury is not saying any of this media and sequester the jury immediately.
Mr. Martinez.
I'm not sure where defense counsel gets the legal authority or the clairvoyance to know what the jurors are thinking or what they're seeing. Again, it appears that defense counsel is much more preoccupied with the news and what is being broadcast than actually listening to what the jurors are saying. It is problematic to say that the jurors are lying, which is what he's saying, when he has nothing to back it up. The jurors have been on numerous occasions, I don't know how many, been asked whether or not they are subjected to any media coverage, and they have all answered uniformly that they have not. There is no reason to believe that the jurors are watching anything if they say that they are not. So I would ask that the court deny defendant's request to sequester the jury. It's a motion for reconsideration under Rule 16. I don't see that anything has changed. The jurors have indicated that they will abide by the court's instruction, and that's what we have to rely on. We can, of course, fictionalize what we believe that they are seeing or not seeing. They have indicated that they are not seeing anything. We can question them again when they come into open court, and I believe that that takes care of the matter.
All right, the court has repeatedly admonished the jury to avoid media coverage during the trial. I have inquired on a regular basis to determine if any juror has seen or heard anything about this case in the media. I have inquired in the courtroom, and I have inquired of the jurors one-on-one in chambers with the parties present. There is no indication whatsoever that any juror has failed to follow the court's admonition or has seen even inadvertently any media coverage of this case. Based upon the law in this state, I am denying the request to sequester the jury at this time. As authority for this court's decision, I am citing State versus Shad, S-C-H-A-D, 129 Arizona 557. State versus Atwood, 171 Arizona 632. State versus Bible, 175 Arizona 574. And State versus Tyson, 129 Arizona 551. Right. With regard to the motion for mistrial that we heard testimony on last week, I understand that the additional witness is available today. Mr. Nurmi, did you want to call that witness at some point today?
Your Honor, has the court reviewed Exhibit 2?
I have not, but I will over the noon hour. I thought you wanted to present it during the...
I would like the court to review it and then have the Ms. Wong, the witness, the opportunity to review it as well.
Okay.
Right now, as a concern, given that Ms. Laviolette was ill and her schedule, I'm interested in moving forward with that. Certainly, if time can be made elsewhere, we can pick that motion up.
All right. Ms. Laviolette, please come forward and take the stand. Let's bring in the jury.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel.
Excuse me, I forgot my glasses.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, while the witness is retrieving her eyeglasses, have any of you seen or heard anything about this case in the media since I last inquired? I see no hands. Has anyone attempted to speak with any of you about this case? I see no hands. Ms. Wilmot, you may continue.
Good morning, Ms. Violet.
Good morning, Ms. Wilmot.
I'd like to talk to you about some text messages from March 22nd of 2008, okay?
Sure.
I'm having you the mark of Exhibit 440, turn to page 63. And we're talking about the nature of their relationship and how we've talked about how it's gone from violent back to the loving respite, things like that. So when we look at the text messages from March 22nd of 2008, do you see a text message there where Mr. Alexander, in his own words, is inviting Miss Arias over?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and in his own words, is he telling her to make herself at home?
Yes, he is.
And what does that say to you about the nature of their relationship at this point in March of 2008?
Looks like a comfortable relationship where there's a lot of back and forth, and they're able to, that they're both inviting one another to things, and it's pretty, you know, during these periods, things are pretty okay.
All right. And when somebody tells somebody, in your own experience, when somebody says, make yourself at home, does that mean that they're welcome to be there?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Are you aware of any other communications between Mr. Alexander and other women where he complained of having a stalker?
Yes.
And do you know specifically the women that he said that to?
He said it specifically, I know, to a woman by the name of Reagan. He said it specifically to a woman by the name of Lisa.
And at this point in their relationship, by March of 2008, have you seen any indications of any type of stalking from Jodi to Mr. Alexander?
Lack of validation, and if we may approach this.
Overruled.
All right, Ms. Laviolette, and everything that you've reviewed, the text messages, the emails, the journal entries, and you've reviewed Mr. Alexander's journal entries as well, right?
Yes, I have.
And in reviewing all this information, did you ever see any type of indications of stalking activity from Miss Arias to Mr. Alexander?
No, I didn't.
At this point in their relationship, does it appear that there's any type of stalking going on?
No, it doesn't.
And do you base that on Mr. Alexander's own words when he talks about inviting her over?
Objection, leading by quotation.
What do you base that on?
On the nature of the relationship, on his willingness to have her over, on his, connection with her, as well as her connection with him.
All right. Do we have, in late March of 2008, there are a number of text messages between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias, is that right?
Yes.
And do you see a continuation in those text messages, and let me know if you need to review them, but do you see a continuation of this relationship of a general, natural type relationship between the two of them?
Yes. Yes.
Is there a point in time when Mr. Alexander tells Miss Arias to empty her voicemail because he's been trying to get a hold of her for a week?
Yes, there is.
Does he ever, based on the text message, is this in a text message to her?
I get the text messages and the IMs.
Mixed up.
It's down on paper.
Okay, all right. And when he does this, is in your opinion, is he nice about it, or is more of an order from him?
He basically tells her to empty it out.
So based on what you've read of his own words, does it seem to be more of an order, or is he asking nicely? Because out of concern.
It seems like he's...
Approach, please.
Violet, so based on Mr. Alexander's words in that written communication, did you consider, based on your experience in dealing with men who have controlling issues or jealousy issues, how did you take that message from him to Miss Arias about her voicemail?
That he was upset that her voicemail was full. He hadn't been able to get in touch with her for a week through voicemail, and then he told her to empty it out.
Sustained.
All right, so your impression was that he was upset about her voicemail being full.
Yes.
All right, and did you get the impression that he told her to empty it?
Yes.
Leading, hearsay.
Trying to prevent hearsay.
Question sustained.
All right. What was the impression then about how he told her to do it? What was your impression about how he told her to do it?
Ordering her to do it.
All right. At the end of March in 2008, did you also review a written communication between Mr. Alexander and a woman named Chriselle?
Yes.
And during this communication, is this, Chriselle was another woman that he was communicating with, is that right?
Yes, she
Okay.
was.
And in this communication, what was the overall subject matter of this communication?
It was graphically sexual, but also the impression was that she was a vulnerable woman, that she was married, she was...
Based on what she writes in her emails back to him, did you get an impression that she was about her?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was your impression of her?
That she was emotionally...
Foundation hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach?
Sustained.
All right, Ms. Laviolette, in this particular email with this woman named Chriselle, you said that it was of a very graphic sexual nature?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and this was at the end of March of 2008?
Yes, it was.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing you, Ms. Laviolette, with the mark in Exhibit 594. Do you recognize this as a journal entry from Mr. Alexander's journal?
Yes.
Okay, so this is something that, based on it coming from his journal, you would understand it was something he wrote.
Yes.
All right, and we're looking at March 27th of 2008.
Yes.
In this particular journal entry, is Mr. Alexander talking about the move that Jodi is making back to California?
Yes, he is.
And is he talking, what is the subject matter of this?
He's talking about the move.
Hearsay.
Overruled. The move is something that will be good for both of them, that discipline is hard and that he will miss her, but that the move will be good for both of them in terms of him wanting to get married and move on, and both of them in terms of a sexual sense, I believe. But he talks about their lack of discipline a little bit.
Okay. Does he talk about himself needing more discipline?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and March 30th, so just a few days away from this journal entry, and just so we are clear on where we're at in their relationship, by late March, Mr. Alexander obviously knows, because Jodi has told him that she is moving home, back to California.
Yes.
And on March 30th of 2008, was there an argument over text messages? I mean, not about text messages. Did they have an argument that you can read about through text messages between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias?
Yes.
All right, and what was the subject matter of the argument?
There was a text message late in the evening from Mr. Alexander to Miss Arias, and she was half asleep, didn't respond really well.
May we approach?
Proceed.
All right, we were talking about the text messages on March 30th of 2008.
Yes.
Was there from reading your review of these text messages, was there an argument going on between Mr. Alexander and Jodi?
Yes, there was.
All right, and in this argument, is Mr. Alexander upset because Miss Arias hung up on him?
Yes, he is.
Overruled.
Yes, he is.
And does she explain that she's upset with him, that she hung up because he was swearing at her?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. You're going to repeat it.
The question is does she explain that why she hung up because he was swearing at her?
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
And these text messages, when they're arguing with each other over these text messages, last about 35-40 minutes?
Yes.
The fact that Ms. Arias was able to hang up on Mr. Alexander after swearing at her, does that speak to her ability to start to have some boundaries?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that further evidence of her pulling away from him?
Yes, when she establishes boundaries, it's because she's being able to distance.
Okay. And just because we're talking about her establishing being able to establish a boundary or being able to, on this particular occasion, not tolerate his swearing, does that mean she's completely out of the relationship?
No, not at all.
All right. And is this something that you see in your practice and your expertise with battered women, that they can have a moment where they're able to stand up to the abuser and then they go right back to them?
Yes, they do.
On April 1st, right after this argument that they have, on March 30th, does Mr. Alexander, in his own words, does he send a text to Miss Arias about how much he's going to miss her? And the timing on that text, if you need to find it, is April 1st at 5:45.
Yes. Yes, he does.
And in that text message is, from your impression from that text message, based on what he says in there, is he apologetic?
He's apologetic and says she's a fantastic person. Overruled.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
He's apologetic and he says she's a fantastic person.
All right, as we move into April of 2008, this is the month that Miss Arias leaves. Is that right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And was there something else that was important to you about the April 1st text?
I think what was really important about the April 1st text was him saying that, or the impression
Yes.
is that if he had treated her half as well as she deserved, they would have never had an argument.
Okay. So, and when I asked you about apologetic, is that where you're getting that from?
I'm getting the apology from that, yes.
All right. And do you see abusive men in your groups? Do you see them doing this type of thing where they start to blame themselves or they're taking on blame for how the relationship is?
It depends on the person, but many of them certainly feel remorse. They certainly are sorry. It's more the ability to go forward with that. It's more the ability to continue to act on being sorry. And for many of the folks that I've worked with, it's sort of the world as it affects me kind of remorse. It's, I feel bad, you might leave, or you might have a bad impression of me, so I'm going to do what it takes to sort of win you back. But over time, there's a development of genuine remorse. You have to be able to look at yourself before you can do that.
Okay. Is that something that, in order to get the men in your group, is that something that you're attempting to get them to that point where they're able to look at it in an honest way?
Yes, and you have to feel good enough about yourself to look at yourself honestly. So they have to be in the program long enough, and it depends on where they start, because everybody starts at a different place, so it depends on how far somebody has to go before they're able to look at themselves. I mean, some people begin to look at themselves relatively rapidly, and other people, it takes them a lot longer.
Okay. All right, I want to talk about in April, there's a fourth violent incident. Is that right?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And in that particular incident, did you speak to Jodi about it?
Yes, I did.
And what is it that you learned that happened that's important to you?
There was an argument about her being interested in two other men. And when she talked about that, which was elicited from a conversation that they had, not just volunteered, but elicited, when that happened, Mr. Alexander got very angry, and he threw her down, straddled her, and choked her.
Are you aware of how severe the choking was?
She lost consciousness, and she woke up coughing a little while later.
All right. What does choking mean to you? I know yesterday we talked about the conflict tactics scale. Where's choking?
Choking's on the severe end, and for many of the women I work with, they don't get choked. Choking is very personal, it's very close up, and it's, life-threatening. So it's a very serious form of abuse from my perspective.
Do you see any type of an escalation when we talk about the physical violence that's happening in 2008 and the emotional abuse that's happening in 2008? Do you see escalation?
I see escalation. We're talking about just about a month's difference. We went from October to January, January to March. Now it's March to April. And the verbal abuse is starting to escalate as well.
At the same time?
Right. Based on the text messages and the other print messages that I've read.
Okay. When speaking to Jodi about what happened on this particular day, did she talk to you about whether or not she tried to defend herself against him?
She said she started to defend herself, but she was afraid she would hurt him, and she stopped.
Is that inconsistent with women that you've talked to before, about other battered women that you spoke to before?
No, it's not inconsistent when I've taken self-defense classes and women don't even want to hit somebody. It's the experience of physical contact or contact sports and fighting in the playground or whatever. Most women don't have that kind of experience. There are women that do, definitely, but most women don't have that kind of experience, and so they're uncomfortable with it, and for many, uncomfortable about hurting somebody else.
So at this point, so she says that she ended up not wanting to hurt him, and that was her reasoning?
Yes.
All right, and did she also lose consciousness?
Yes.
What about minimizing? When you speak to Jodi about some of these incidents, especially the physical incidents, and I guess too the emotional abuse, do you see any minimizing that's going on?
I see a fair amount of minimizing that's going on.
And before you go on with that, specifically with Jodi, can you talk to us about what minimizing is?
Minimizing is just taking an incident and making it less important or less significant than it might be to somebody else. That an outsider might look at it and see it as a bigger thing than the person who's describing it.
And in your experience, do battered women minimize the abuse that they've taken?
Many of battered women minimize the abuse that has happened.
In your experience, why do they do that?
Well, a number of reasons. One is that it's hard to take in something that is very painful to you. It's easier to sort of make it less than it is. The other thing is that with the gradual escalation of domestic violence, what used to be a misdemeanor, or what used to be a crime, is a misdemeanor. So that, for instance, maybe I said to myself, nobody will ever lay a hand on me, and then somebody lays a hand on me. And that's part of what happens, or nobody will ever call me this kind of a name, and they call me this kind of a name. And that's happening, and I'm not ready to leave that relationship, and I'm tied in for all those other reasons. Then I learn that that's just the way somebody is, and maybe they're going to do that, but they're not going to go any further until they go further. So that's part of the gradual nature for most of these cases is one of the other reasons that people minimize.
Okay. Have you seen battered women minimize the abuser's actions in an effort to protect the abuser's reputation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or not talk about it at all.
Or not talk about it at all. And we talked about that yesterday, about how common it is to not report, not call the doctor, not call the police, right?
Yes.
Specifically with Jodi, and speaking with Jodi, did you detect minimization from her?
Yes, from the very first time that I interviewed her. She really didn't talk about the domestic violence very much. She didn't want to see herself as somebody who was abused, and she talked about it as isolated instances without looking at the sort of rapid escalation.
What about the verbal abuse? Does she minimize that?
She minimizes it throughout the IMs and the text messages as sort of, she moves on after a very, what I would consider a very aggressive and demeaning argument. She moves on to regular kinds of conversation. And she calls it rude. I would have other names for it.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about some of those times, because now we're in April, and you were talking about how April you start to see an escalation. Is that right, in violence?
Yes. Well, I don't start to see it. I started to see it before, and I'm seeing more.
Okay, so you're seeing more as we get to April.
Yes.
Okay. All right, on April 7th, all right, I'm looking at April 7th. Let me do this. And actually, this is in evidence as Exhibit 444. So, do we see on the beginning of April 7th, when we're talking about where he's asking her, where are you? You see that?
Yes.
And she answers in Hollister with a smiley face.
Yes.
And so do you see basically a normal conversation?
Yes.
And then we skip to a few hours later, and we see this long text message, right?
Yes.
And based on the fact that it's outgoing, that means it's coming from Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to zoom it in so we can see it. And so just hours prior to this text message, we have a normal conversation, right?
Yes, we do.
All right, and then he starts this with, do not call me and do not text me anything, right?
Yes.
And it appears that he wants information from her. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you speak to Miss Arias about what this tirade is about?
Yes.
And so do you have a background understanding of what Mr. Alexander wanted from her?
Yes.
What is that?
He wanted the identity of a woman who had come to her restaurant and reported to her that Mr. Alexander had a significant relationship with Lisa Andrews and wanted her to know about that.
And was this significant relationship with Lisa Andrews during the time that he was also with Jodi?
Yes.
Okay. And so in this particular text message, he's talking about her getting that information to him right away.
Yes.
And he's demanding that it takes 15 minutes, and she won't take the 15 minutes to do that. Is that right?
Yes.
And he's accusing her of lying about it, isn't he?
Yes.
And he starts to talk about that she better tell the truth or give me your imaginary friend with the worst BS story you have ever told, or leave me alone.
Yeah.
right? But yet, instead of leaving her alone, he continues in his tirade, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He talks to her about how it's a lie like no other. It's freaking foolish, right?
Yes,
And there's no way out. You've screwed up your story so bad you can't mend it.
yes,
And this is all he's talking about, is the fact that a woman told her he was in another relationship at the same time he was in a relationship with Jodi, right?
yes.
And he's from this text message, can you tell whether or not he seems upset about that?
He seems very upset about it, very angry about it.
All right. Now the anger then turns into threats, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
He talks about, you have till tomorrow to give me this person's information. And then he threatens her, right?
Yes, he does.
He threatens to tell the Hugheses, which we know at that point are his good friends, and in January of 2007, they loved Jodi, right?
Yes,
To tell the Hugheses, to tell her friend Leslie Udy, and anyone else that matters about all the crazy things that you've done, right?
yes,
And then he tells her to either fess up, right?
yes,
To
he
fess
does.
up or feel his wrath.
Yes,
And he tells her that no matter how bad the truth is, he promises that the punishment will be worse than the lie. Is that right?
punishment will be better.
Oh, I'm sorry. Punishment
Yeah.
will be better than the lie.
Yes,
And again, he talks to her about truth. Nothing else from you until the truth, right?
yes,
And then he ends that with, after tomorrow, it's going to get real bad for you. Time to spit it out.
yes,
In this particular text message, he keeps accusing her of lying, doesn't he?
yes, he does.
And he's accusing her of lying about information that is bad about him, right?
Yes, it is.
But based on all your reading and review of the materials, was this true? That he was in a relationship with Lisa Andrews at the same time he was in a relationship with Jodi?
Yes, he,
Is it true?
Approach. You may continue.
Ms. Laviolette, have you read through Ms. Andrews' interviews and emails and written communications?
yes.
Are you aware of when she had a relationship with Mr. Alexander?
From July of '07 through March of '08.
And during that time, are you aware of whether or not Mr. Alexander was also in a relationship with Jodi Arias?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so when Mr. Alexander is accusing Miss Arias of lying about bad information about him,
Right.
that's what we're talking about in the text, right?
Yes,
That bad information is actually something that happened, isn't it? Being in a relationship with two different women.
Just a speculation, like a foundation.
She laid the foundation.
Overruled.
yes. In fact, Miss Andrews, he has a similar conversation with Miss Andrews in one of their communications where he's suggesting to Miss Andrews that if she listens to other people, she's going to get false information about him.
Okay, so based on his communications with Miss Andrews, basically telling her not to believe things that she hears about him, right?
Right.
And now he's upset with Miss Arias for saying, I heard something bad about you.
Yes.
In this particular text message, is it important to you the way how long this text message is, or how he words things to Jodi in this text message?
Well, there are veiled threats in it, and I mean the threats, are sort of nondescript, some of them, but some of them are talking about telling people that she cares about. I don't know what crazy things he's talking about. I don't know if he's talking about the sexual things. I can't imagine that would be there because that would include him. So I'm not certain what he's talking about.
Is the important part to you the fact that he's threatening to talk badly about her to her closest friends?
That's one of the things, and then he talks about feeling the wrath, and I'm not sure, your mind goes where your mind goes. So when someone would say that, and I've had people who I work with who make these nondescript kind of threats, but they're threats, and they sort of undermine somebody's basic security. If somebody you care about and somebody you love makes threats towards you, even if they are not specific, they still can be very undermining.
What about somebody who makes a threat of feel my wrath when he's already kicked her and broken her finger?
Well, that has, once again,
The statement in the text message, not feel my wrath, it's feel the wrath.
So when somebody says feel the wrath, well, and let me just double check. When somebody says feel the wrath, whether it's his wrath or the wrath, does that make any difference to the person themselves, do you think? When somebody has been choked, when someone has been kicked, when they have had their finger broken, when they have been slapped across the neck or the face by one person, and that person tells them feel the wrath, what does that do? Is that abusive?
I think it's abusive. I think most battered women would think.
Is this something that battered women in general have to deal with?
It depends on the level of abuse in the relationship, but if someone makes a threat and you care about that someone and there's been a history of abusive behavior prior to that, it's going to have significant meaning to you.
So in other words, when somebody who you love is saying these horrible things to you, is that more significant than someone you don't know? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm saying because it has happened, and because you've seen it happen, then it has meaning.
So in other words, it's just not a veiled threat.
It's a veiled threat that's attached to reality.
Okay. All right. So at this point in time, do you continue to characterize this relationship as abusive?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been in evidence as Exhibit 445. This is text messages between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias on April 8th. So this is just the next day. And we start up top where he's talking about her leaving something behind when she moved. Did you speak to Miss Arias about the context of these text messages?
Yes, yes, Mr. Alexander had gotten a picture for her, and she wanted him to sign it, and he signed it, and then she forgot and left it when she was packing. She forgot to include that, and he was upset about it.
All right. And is that how this argument seems to start, with him being upset that she left it
Yes,
behind?
yes.
And he's talking about, he says, thanks a freaking lot for having me sign that drawing, ink, and then deciding you were going to leave it. If it's not one thing, it's another with you. Always drama, right?
Yes.
And her response is, It doesn't sound like it's me that's being dramatic, dear. Call ASAP. Right?
Yes,
So her response to his text message is somewhat innocuous, right?
Sustained.
How do you take her response?
I take it as her sort of coming back at him and saying, it's not me that's being dramatic, it's you.
Okay. And he responds immediately with, well, he responds about 11 minutes later saying, do not call back. I'm sick of you playing stupid and dealing with childish tactics, right?
Yes,
And then he goes on for another text talking about it was a stupid ass way of ruining yet another of mine. And does he talk about her ruining his days?
yes, he does.
And he says, bitter feelings are brewing in me towards you, right?
Yes,
And he says he's going to have a genuine dislike for her if she keeps this behavior up. Is that the general idea?
yes,
And the behavior that he's talking about is that she forgot a picture at his house when she moved.
yes,
And he's asking her to stop it before he starts seeking revenge.
yes,
When he starts talking about revenge, is that something that can be seen as a threat to someone who's already been kicked and choked and had a broken finger?
yes.
How do you take her response? She starts it with sorry. How do you take her? What do you make of it?
Well, it's a pattern that she seems to have, which is when he gets really upset, she apologizes for her behavior.
And is that what she's doing in this conversation?
Sounds like it to me.
And she tells him, if you burn it, I'll understand. Just try to have a good day. Don't worry, be happy.
Yes,
So is there anything in here that she responds in a mean or a violent way back to him?
no,
And in response to her telling him to have a good day, he responds with another long text. Is that right?
yes,
He tells her that it was rude and inconsiderate for her to forget the picture, right?
yes, he goes on and on.
Okay. Does he talk about how he's trying to save his house?
Yes,
And that he doesn't believe that she's sorry?
yes, he doesn't believe she's sorry.
And that if she was sorry, that you wouldn't continue onward with this stuff?
Yes,
And again, this fight is about the fact that she left a picture, right? At his
yes,
house.
yes,
And does he tell her that if he had done the same thing to her, she would cry for weeks?
yes, he does.
Is that something that you've seen common, that people comment about Jodi crying, being a crier?
Yes.
What have you seen?
I've seen Mr. Alexander describe her as crying.
And written well,
Overruled.
oh, okay.
In written communications, he has described her as a crier, and I believe it was Mr. McCartney. I'm not sure if it was Mr. McCartney. I think it was Mr. McCartney who also described her as a crier.
A previous boyfriend of hers?
Yes,
Okay. That basically when she gets upset, she cries?
yes,
And is that what Mr. Alexander is saying here? That
Overruled.
that you cry for weeks?
yes,
And he talks about how he'll give her motivation to quit screwing with me, right?
yes,
And again, is that something that can be considered threatening for someone who's already been choked and kicked and had a broken finger and
Yes.
slapped and hit?
yes,
After that long text to her, we see her response. And again, what do you make of her response?
Well, a couple things. I think one thing is that she's apologizing again, and I think trying to de-escalate the situation. But she's also talking about distance is making sort of clears her head a little bit.
Because at this point in time, she's now away from him, right, in California?
Yes, she is.
All right, and is this something, you said de-escalation?
Yes.
What does that mean that she's doing?
It means that she's trying to calm the situation down, that when he gets upset and gets angry, that there are two things that seem to be consistent. One is apologizing and being sorry, and the other is being sexual.
All right, so here we see her responses that she talks about how good she feels that they're separated. Is that right?
Well, she feels good, but she thinks it's going to be better for both of them.
Okay. And does she tell him that she loves him?
Yes, she does.
And does she say nice things to him, that she's happy and thankful?
Yes.
And then does she blame herself for leaving the picture to just chalk it up to one last ditzy thing?
Yes.
And then we see a couple hours later, she writes him to thank him for calling to say that. That was very nice of you. You see that?
Yes.
And then based on the rest of the text messages, does it seem that that tirade is over?
Yes, it does.
Did you review Mr. Alexander's journal entry? And I'm looking at April 8th, which I think you already have it up there.
Yes, I do.
It was all stapled together.
Yeah.
So on April 8th, is he talking about Jodi?
He's talking about Jodi and Deanna.
Okay. And what is the subject matter of his own words in his journal?
That he really wants to find someone that he can marry, and it will be a lot easier for him to do that now that Jodi's moved and Deanna is going to move.
Okay. And does he talk about being stressed for money?
Yes, he does. He talks about
And how's he feel about Lisa Andrews?
well, he misses Lisa Andrews. But he's really talking about Mimi.
Hearsay.
Besides missing Lisa Andrews, what is he really talking about? Summary, Judge.
Restate your question.
Besides missing Lisa Andrews, we know you're not quoting, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what else is he talking about? What subject matter do you get out of this?
Well, that he misses Lisa, and that he sort of feels like a fool for going after Mimi.
Okay, so in this particular journal entry, he's talking about, I guess, some of the women problems that he's having?
Yes. And that he feels like an idiot.
Okay. And this was from April 8th?
Yes.
So just close in time to when he just had this tirade with Jodi through text?
Yes.
All right, on April 19th of 2008, I'm talking about text messages.
April 19th?
April 19th. And I just want to talk to you about the gist of what you get out of these particular messages from Mr. Alexander to Miss Arias.
There's a number of texts here, and basically, Mr. Alexander is offended because he feels that Miss Arias has insulted him about his speaking ability, and she's denying that. He goes through and talks about.
I asked for the gist.
He's talking about her painting. She says that he's.
She shouldn't be reading the exhibit.
Sustained.
I'm
Do you
sorry.
need to,
Do I need to review it?
if you need to review it?
Sure.
And I'll ask you something more specific.
Okay.
All right, do you see in this exchange between the two of them, do you see any evidence of him or indication of Mr. Alexander guilting Miss Arias
Yes.
about not helping him or not spending time with him?
Yes.
And in general, what is her response to that?
That she.
Whatever the exhibit number is in front of her.
Sustained.
This is a very long text message.
Okay.
Just so you
Well,
know.
in general, when she responds to him, is she doing what she has done in the past, where she's trying to take it down a notch?
Yes, she is.
At this point in time, she's in California, right?
Yes, she is.
So why would a woman in this particular situation even respond when you're getting nasty text messages from somebody who's not even in the same state with you? Why is it that people respond to something like that?
Well, they started their relationship, the first 8 months of it being in separate states. But she's still attached to him. She still has feelings about him, about the good parts of him that she really appreciates and cares about. And although she's got physical distance, she really doesn't have emotional distance. I mean, she has some emotional distance, but not enough to break it off.
Okay. And is this how we talk about how she's taking steps to distance herself, but she's not completely separated?
Exactly.
Is this something that you see with other battered women that they do, where they may take steps to get away, but yet they're not completely separating themselves?
Yes, and it's not uncommon at all for people to make multiple breaks and go back. In fact, Lisa Andrews talks about that. She talks about their relationship.
You're saying.
Sustained.
What about what Miss Andrews had talked about with Mr. Alexander? Do you know this from reading emails of hers?
Yes,
And is the information that she talks about the way that she and Mr. Alexander's relationship go back and forth, is that something that's important to you
yes,
in your ultimate consideration with the way that Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias went back and forth?
yes.
Based on your reading of her emails, what is the summary, what's the subject matter that you get from there that's important to your ultimate opinion?
That every time they break up, and they break up through.
Relationship.
Approach.
So what is it that about the relationship between Lisa Andrews and Miss Alexander that is important to you, that you were just about to say?
Mr. Alexander's ability to win women back, and that Miss Andrews talks about every time that they break up, he addresses her concerns, and she feels connected to him again, and she says he can, he can always win her back, basically is the essence of it.
Okay. And is that something that you see as a pattern with the relationship with Miss Arias and Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I do.
So is it surprising to you then that Miss Arias would respond to his text messages or emails when she's in another state?
No, it's not surprising to me.
All right, and after the April 19th, 2008 text message that we were just talking about, on April 20th, the very next day, does Mr. Alexander send Miss Arias a very nice text message about talking about what he thinks of her?
Yes, he actually does. He's talking about. Overall.
Go ahead.
He's talking about going to a club.
Are you giving us a summary of it?
Yes.
Okay. May she continue, Judge?
He goes to a club and he emails or texts Jodi back and says that he really feels like she's one of the most beautiful women.
Sustained.
Are you giving us a summary of what the text message is?
Yes.
Okay. May she continue, Judge?
Why don't you restate the question?
All right. On April 20th, based on your reading of the text messages, do you know that Mr. Alexander is not with Miss Arias?
Yes, I do.
And do you know that he is in a club with presumably other women?
Yes.
And you know this based on what he's saying in his text message?
Yes.
And does he send a text message to Miss Arias?
Yes, he does.
And in that text message, does he compare her with the other women he has seen?
Yes, he does.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Does he compare her to other women?
Yes, he does.
And does he compare her favorably?
Yes, he does.
In fact, does he compare her in a way that he talks about her inside beauty as well as her outside beauty?
Yes, he does.
Is it a very flattering text?
It's a very flattering text.
And this is the just very next day after they argued, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's talk about, we've been talking about how you start to see the escalation in violence, both physical and emotional, right?
Yes.
And so now we're moving into some of the fights that they have in May. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, and when I'm talking about these fights, I mean, these are what we've discussed so far. Have you seen any fighting from Miss Arias in her response text messages?
No, I haven't.
And are these text messages, these rants that are coming, who are they coming from?
They're coming from Mr. Alexander.
Overruled.
Would you characterize what he has, would you characterize these long text messages that we just went through? How would you characterize them?
As tirades or rants.
Okay. And so who are these tirades or rants coming from?
They're coming from Mr. Alexander
And being sent to whom?
to Miss Arias.
Okay, so let's talk about May 10th, and this is in evidence as Exhibit 448. All right. And actually, just, are you aware that these times are actually 7 hours ahead?
Yes, I don't get it, but I understand that.
Okay.
I've been told that.
All right. So if this is military time at 2:41 in the morning, 7 hours earlier would actually be May 9th. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this one is incoming, meaning it's coming from Miss Arias. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you talk to Miss Arias about this group of text messages?
Yes, I did.
Do you have an understanding then as to this first message, whether it was intended for Mr. Alexander or not?
It actually was supposed to be sent to someone else, and it was accidentally sent to Mr. Alexander.
Okay. And after it was sent to Mr. Alexander, how is it that he responds? Is he upset?
He seems to be very upset.
All right. And we see him in the next text message, we see him accusing her of being a liar, right?
Yes,
And based on your understanding of and reading through these text messages, is he upset with her because she's having communications with another man?
yes,
And was she telling him about these communications with another man?
no, in fact, she was trying to keep it more to herself because he didn't want to know details of her life. So she says she's not completely honest with him because he doesn't want to know details.
Okay, and you're talking about a text message down here when Ms. Arias says that she was trying to move her business to a more private venue, and that he brought it up, and that she's a single girl and she's a single girl talking to some guy, and there's nothing wrong with that. Is that the context?
Yes,
And she talks about not being completely honest about him, not being completely honest about this other person with Mr. Alexander is a mistake, isn't it? That's what she said.
that I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, in other words, is she saying that by talking to Mr. Alexander about any interest she has in other men, is that a mistake for her to do?
She feels that he does not want to know the details.
And does he get upset when he learns any details of her ever speaking with someone else?
Yes,
And at this point in time, they're not supposed to be in a relationship anymore, right?
true.
And how would you characterize Mr. Alexander's behavior if he gets upset with Miss Arias for speaking with another man?
Well, it's jealous behavior.
Okay.
And jealous behavior can be very controlling.
And is that what you see in evidence of in these types of text messages?
Yes, the further away she gets and the more she pulls away, I think the more jealous and insecure he probably gets. And that when he reacts in that way, what I've seen is when someone who has had the power starts to lose it, it's a scary proposition for them. And they begin to react. If they're controlling, they begin to react in more controlling ways.
Okay. So you're talking about like a man, you're talking about Mr. Alexander.
Yes,
And initially we talked, when they first met, we talked about the power differential and how Miss Arias looked up to him, right?
yes,
And did you see a power differential
Yes.
in their relationship?
yes.
Who had the power for most of their relationship?
It appeared, well, Mr. Alexander did.
Okay. And as she is moving away from him and making this move away from him, you were talking about losing power. Does that mean he loses power over her?
Yes, in her distancing, he doesn't have control.
Okay.
And when he doesn't have control, or when someone who tends to be jealous and more controlling loses control, it's a scary thing for them to lose control. That's been my experience with the men I've worked with who are jealous. Not everybody's jealous that I work with.
Oh, right. So when you say scary, is that talking about the emotion of fear?
Yes,
And what does fear, is there anything dangerous about somebody being fearful?
depends on how fearful they are, but fear is, anger and rage are secondary emotions.
So to explain that, what do you mean?
Anger is generally an emotion that covers up other emotions. If you had an iceberg and you had like anger at the top, underneath the iceberg, so anger would be at the tip, underneath the iceberg might be fear, rejection, powerlessness, that kind of thing, that escalates fear when someone tends to be abusive.
Okay, so when we see Jodi pulling away from Mr. Alexander and these tirades that he is doing through text messaging, is this evidence of his fear of losing her?
It looks like that to me.
And then in this particular tirade about being upset about her speaking with somebody else, again, her response, when we look at her response, is she, how is her response what do you make of her response?
She's apologetic in her response, but also explaining that he doesn't want to know the details and that maybe it was a mistake not to give him the details, but when she gives him details, he stops her, so she doesn't want to continue giving him details. But she says that nothing she said was untrue.
So when she gives him details, he stops her, but when she doesn't give him details, he accuses her of lying.
Yes,
Is that what is going on here?
yes,
And then he launches into this text message where he's talking about this particular person, some man that she was just having a conversation with or texting with, right?
yes.
What do you make of this particular text from Mr. Alexander?
Well, he's angry, he's jealous, he's taking it to an extreme that there's no indication that that's going on, but that's where he's going with it. He seems to blow up, you know, the saying, making a mountain out of a molehill. It seems like that's going on here. And then he starts criticizing her, which is what is pretty consistent in these messages.
His criticism?
Yes.
And how do you take her response at the top here?
Well, there's some assertiveness there. There's some assertiveness about her saying, you know, don't ask me more questions, but also reassurance that she loves him, reassurance that she still cares about him, and advising that they develop a don't ask, don't tell kind of policy, that they don't ask each other about the intimate details or about their social lives, about the people they're dating, that they stop doing that.
And his response to that is to forget each other even exist, right?
Yes,
And again, is he taking that to extremes?
seems like it, yes.
Okay, so down here, she had asked him to please stop, right? To please stop stop the ranting, right?
Yes, yes.
And he responds to that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he responds with more threats.
Okay, and he tells her that she's going to start to be held accountable for your shiz.
Yeah,
Shiz is another word for a bad word, right?
yes,
And he talks about how she's pissed him off in ways that she never should have.
yes,
And he tells her too that he's given her a lot of mercy, right?
yes,
So basically the way he considers, based on that statement, the way he considers he's treated her so far, he's been merciful.
One of the things we say, people who do a lot of work with perpetrators of domestic violence, is that they have perceptual problems. They seem to have a way of seeing things that a lot of other people wouldn't view them that way.
Okay. And he talks about how times are fixing to get tough for her.
Yeah,
Is that another threat?
yes,
And are you aware that in this text message, he wants the second half of the message that was not intended for him was one of two parts, and he wants the second part, right?
yes,
And so throughout this text message tirade, he's he's waiting for her to send the second part.
Yes,
Is that controlling behavior, wanting to have that second part to know what it said?
yes, it's controlling behavior.
And what does it say, the fact that Jodi is trying to get him the second part of the text message? She's going to give it to him anyway when she's not even living in the same state.
Says the same thing that the whole pattern has said, that she's not out of the relationship yet.
And again, down here at the bottom, is she saying sorry?
Yes, she is.
And that she never means to hurt him?
Yes,
And she talks about how she loves him.
yes.
And eventually, does Mr. Alexander apologize too?
Yes, he does.
And if we look at the times, knowing that these aren't the accurate times, but I'm talking about the difference in times, we see that this whole thing started at 2:41, right?
Yes,
And it didn't end until 5:54.
yes,
So 3.5 hours about, well, 3 hours and 13 minutes about, right?
yes.
Does that mean anything to you that this fighting or ranting from Mr. Alexander can last for 3 hours?
At this point, it looks like he does most of the ranting. And to be able to keep your anger going for that long, that takes a lot of energy. Not everybody keeps their anger going that long. Lots of people will calm down prior to that. But he's able to keep it going. He's able to regenerate the energy and that anger by the things that he says. And when you talk aggressively, it's one of the things that a lot of the fellows in my group are working on is the way they talk to themselves, like with road rage or with anything else, that if they talk to themselves aggressively, they tend to feel more aggressive and get more aggressive. So they have to watch the kind of ways that they talk to themselves or talk to other people.
Okay. Well, I talked to you about initial conversation between Ms. Arias and Mr. Alexander on May 10th, so the next day. Did you review, this is instant messaging, not text. You're looking at text.
Oh, this is the text.
Okay, so we're talking about an instant message conversation that goes back and forth between the two of them.
Yes.
From May 10th. Are you aware of a conversation where they talk about somebody named Wayne Dyer?
Yes.
Do you know who Wayne Dyer is?
Yes, Wayne Dyer's a motivational speaker, and he's considered kind of a spiritual guru as well. He's on PBS a lot, and he's written a number of books.
Okay, and are they having a conversation about this person, this motivational speaker?
Yes, they are.
Are they talking in this conversation about how Mr. Dyer is making a joke out of the fact that he has a temper?
They're talking about Mr. Dyer's daughters teasing him about his temper.
And then from talking about Mr. Dyer's temper, about getting teased by his daughters about his temper, does the conversation turn to Mr. Alexander's temper?
Yes, it does.
And does Mr. Alexander in his own words talk about his temper?
Yes, he does.
And does he compare his temper to Mr. Dyer's?
He does. He says his temper.
Sustained.
May we approach? All right, does Mr. Alexander, he compares his temper to Mr. Dyer, right?
Yes, he does.
And does he say that his temper is far worse?
Yes,
Overruled.
yes, he does.
And not quoting him, but generally speaking, does he talk about how his temper if he were able to contain, if he were able to harness his temper, he would be unstoppable?
Objection, the question incorporates hearsay.
Approach, please.
Ms. Laviolette, in your review of this case, you've reviewed a instant message conversation between Ms. Arias and Mr. Alexander on May 10th, right?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to read it to you, and then I want you to tell me how it's important to you,
All right.
okay? Where Ms. Arias says, and again, they're talking about Wayne Dyer,
Right.
this motivational speaker.
Yes.
Ms. Arias says, he jokes about his daughters, tease him about losing his temper, and then she jokes, oh, who's the enlightened spiritual guru? Mr. Alexander answers, yeah, I know, but they see him at his worst, and I promise my worst is worse. Mr. Alexander goes on, so far. And then Miss Arias says, I've seen your worst. We haven't walked in his shoes, but I'd take that bet. Mr. Alexander says, ha, yeah, if I could transmit that fury, I couldn't be stopped. To what? I
I
didn't
think
hear
you
you.
read the wrong word.
Yeah, if I could transmit that fury, I couldn't
Transmute.
be stopped.
Transmute.
I said transmute. That's what it says.
I think we're talking about transmit versus transmute.
Correct.
I'm just reading what it says exactly,
All right.
okay? And Mr. Alexander says, that shiz is scary.
Yes.
And Miss Arias says, you'll master it one day. Did you review this?
Yes, I did.
And is it important to you about Mr. Alexander talking about his temper?
Yes, it's very important to me. A lot of the folks that I work with are afraid of their own anger. They're afraid of how far it's gone. They're afraid of what they'll do with it. And they hope they can control it. It's big energy. It's huge energy. It can make somebody feel very powerful to be that angry, but it is scary for them. And unless they get help, it continues to be scary for them.
And is that what you see in reading this conversation between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias?
I see that, and I see that there is an exchange where they're both acknowledging his anger. She's acknowledging that she's seen it, and he's acknowledging that he has it.
And I should, for the record, Judge, I'm reading from exhibit number 595. In another part of this conversation, did you review part of the conversation where Miss Arias is talking about her self-esteem?
Yes, but I'd need to review that.
All right, Judge, may I approach? Yes. I'm handing you exhibit, what's been marked as exhibit 595.
Okay.
So is there another part of that conversation with when Miss Arias is talking about her own self-esteem?
Yes, she is.
And is Mr. Alexander trying to make her feel better?
Well, on and off. I mean, he tells her.
Sustained.
Can you summarize the conversation for us without why you believe that Miss Arias is talking about her self-esteem?
Well, she's talking about her self-esteem. She's talking about how she feels on the inside and how badly she feels on the inside, and that she was the innocent porn star who now feels lousy about herself.
And so does that give you insight, as of May 10th of 2008, does that give you insight to how Miss Arias was feeling about herself from this relationship?
Yes.
Because in this, are they talking about their relationship?
They're talking about the relationship.
Sustained.
They're talking about the relationship? Is that a yes?
They're talking, yes, they are.
Okay. Are they talking about other things?
They're talking about
Yes. Sustained.
What else are they talking about? In summary, of course.
their sexual relationship. Mr. Alexander is well,
Objection. Oh, she's already answered the question.
She has not answered the question. Is Mr. Alexander comparing Miss Arias with other women he's been with?
Objection. Question assumes.
overruled. Yes, he is. He's comparing her to 2 or 3 other women. He's basically saying that she has no sexual equivalent, except for maybe these other 2 women who are okay. But he basically says there's no sexual equivalent to her, and that these other 2 women have been enjoyable, and that there's a 3rd woman who he thinks might have been, but he didn't get far enough along to see.
And in that sense, is that his attempt to try and make her feel better about herself in a sexual way?
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
Speculation is the attempt.
Sustained.
All right, but we know that he was comparing her with other women.
Yes,
Do you know, based on this conversation, were these women before Miss Arias or after Miss Arias?
they were before Miss Arias.
Okay. The fact that he's comparing women on a sexual basis, and he's talking about these women who were in his life prior to being with Miss Arias, does that speak to any type of deception from Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, he continues to claim that he's a virgin to numbers of women that he has relationship with, either by virtue of text or IM or in person. And he continues to say he's a virgin. And apparently, prior to Miss Arias, he had sexual relationships with other women.
In your review of this case, did you also listen to a tape recorded, and basically what you would say is phone sex?
Yes.
And was that between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias?
Yes, it was.
As far as domestic violence is concerned, does the fact that they were talking in May, and this tape was made in May of 2008, is that right?
Yes.
And the fact that they were talking in May of 2008 of this nature, does that mean anything to you?
I'm not sure. Does it mean anything in relationship to domestic violence?
Well, yes, in the sense, does it tell you anything about whether or not Miss Arias was completely separated from him?
Well, it indicates that she wasn't
Okay.
completely separated from him.
All right, and is that the indications that you're getting all along here, that she's making steps but not fully separated?
Absolutely.
A journal writing from Miss Arias from May 22nd.
Yes, but I need to see exactly what you're referring to.
All right. Judge, may I approach? Yeah. Marked as Exhibit 591. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, May 22nd of 2008, is Miss Arias writing about a conversation she has with Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
And generally speaking, not quoting, what is the subject matter of their conversation that she's writing about?
It's the conversation that basically talking about the separation, and that it will be good for both of them. She talks about the laws of chastity, and he gets upset, he gets offended, and tells her he already knows about the laws of chastity.
When she talks about the laws of chastity, is she trying to give him reasons why they shouldn't be physical, good reasons why they shouldn't be physical anymore?
Sustained.
Does she say specifically in her journal writing why she talks to him about the laws of chastity?
She talks to him about the laws of, yes.
Okay, then what does she say? Generally speaking,
Objection, hearsay.
George, please.
May continue.
all right, we were specifically looking at if she writes about a reason why she talks to Mr. Alexander about the laws of chastity.
Yes,
Okay, and does she give a reason?
yes, she
Okay, and
does.
what is that?
That it would help them not to be physical. She doesn't, she thinks that their physical relationship needs to end, basically.
Okay, is she trying to give him, like, sweet talk him into reasons why they shouldn't be physical anymore?
Yes, she is.
And from him, you said he got upset.
Yes,
Does she talk about how things got worse after he just gets upset?
yes, she did.
And how did they get worse?
He wanted to know who she was seeing, or if she was seeing,
The same thing.
overall. Wanted to know who she was seeing, and basically if she was getting her kicks with someone else, and those kind of questions. And Miss Arias indicated that she didn't freak out when, that
Go
she,
ahead.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, I said go ahead.
Oh, that she didn't freak out when he was seeing Mimi, and that she had the right to see somebody else if she wanted to see somebody else, but that she wasn't getting her kicks or hadn't been with anybody else since Mr. Alexander.
So when she talks about things getting worse, is it because, based on her writings of the conversation, that Mr. Alexander was acting jealously?
Yes,
And was he then accusatory about her having another relationship?
yes,
At this point in time, is Miss Arias able to actually say, it's okay if I were to have another relationship?
yes, she is.
What does that mean to you?
Means the cloth is torn a little more. It means that the relationship, she's able to assert herself more than she was before, but she's still not out of it. But she's more assertive, she's more able to tell him, and she's more interested, it seems like, in moving on from the relationship.
And the more that this cloth is torn, the more that she's able to speak her mind or be assertive with Mr. Alexander about her ability to talk to other men, what does that do? And I guess we can speak generally with abusive men. The more that their partner is able to assert themselves or pull themselves away, what does that do to an abusive man?
Well, there's more powerlessness involved in it.
And
That
what happens when there's more powerlessness?
there's generally speaking more anger and more rage because there's more fear. When the person, as long as you have that power differential, you're able to feel in control. When you start losing that power, you start to feel loss of control.
And when she talks about does she talk about the fact that he talks to her about his undying love for Mimi?
Yes,
And what are her feelings about that?
she's okay with it. She seems, in her journal, she writes that she's fine with that and she didn't freak out about it.
And when she talks to Mr. Alexander about it, how does he respond to such a thing? And if you need to review, that's fine.
He apologizes to her.
And does he tell her to leave his love life out of it? I'm looking at page 363.
Basically, he says that he's frustrated because things aren't going well with Mimi.
In this same writing, does she go on to talk about very positive things about Mr. Alexander?
She says that,
Sustained.
I know that you said she says, but are you going to summarize for us?
yes,
Okay, go ahead.
that
Does he say yes or no?
Restate your question.
Does she talk about does she talk about him in a positive manner?
yes,
And does she go on a bit about how much she cares for him? Or what she thinks of him?
I need to review that.
Sure. So does she speak positively about him?
Yes, she does.
Okay. And does she say that it's sad that they're agreeing to part ways amicably,
Yes,
but that it's something that's good for both of them?
yes,
And in reading Mr. Alexander's journals, does he have that same opinion that it's good for both of them?
yes, he does.
And Mr. Alexander's journals that we reviewed earlier, that was in late March and early April where he's talking, or I'm sorry, it's early April where he's talking about that it's probably good for them to part ways.
Yes,
But yet, even though they part ways, we saw through the text messages later on that he's still contacting her, right?
yes, he is.
Foundation speculation as to who initiated contact.
The courtroom to observe as a member of the public. I want to remind you of the admonition. It continues to apply, and you should have no contact with juror number 5 until the trial is over. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us what character assassination is?
Yes, character assassination when you're dealing with domestic violence is deeper than name calling. It's really about tearing somebody's heart and soul apart. It's about taking apart their integrity. It's about pulling their character down. It's more than name calling. It's more than just a verbal sort of assault on somebody. It's an assault on the character of that human being, and it's usually much more debilitating and much more harmful to people.
And when somebody engages in character assassination, is this something that you see from all of the men in your groups who have been abusive?
No, it isn't. Character assassination, if you were looking at the continuum that we showed the other day, character assassination doesn't occur with people in general who are low-level abusive. When people are low-level abusive, they might call out a swear word at you, they might call you a name, but they don't spend the time to tear who you are apart. And that tends to be someone who's more on a higher end of, if you're looking at a continuum of abuse, on a higher end of that continuum.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's in evidence as Exhibit 558. This was your continuum that we talked about. And we see, in the middle, we see abuse, right?
Right.
And there we see name calling, but not character assassination.
Correct.
Is that right?
Absolutely.
So character assassination takes it one step further?
Yes, it does. At least one step, depending on the degree and depending on the context of other things that are happening.
Okay. Is it a more severe form of abuse?
Yes, it is.
I guess the name calling.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about a text conversation, a tirade really, from May 26, 2008, okay?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the text messages between Mr. Alexander and Ms. Arias on May 26th of 2008?
Yes, I have.
How would you characterize them?
As a tirade, a rant
From whom?
from Mr. Alexander to Miss Arias.
Okay. Well, first, let's see. We'll start with and again, we know that the time is 7 hours difference, but let's look at the difference in time. We see it starts at May 26th of 2008 at 3:21. You see that? Is that a yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Sorry.
And do you have an understanding of what this conversation is about after speaking with Ms. Arias?
I remember that she was talking to Mr. Alexander about, no, actually, I don't remember the context of it.
Okay, all right. Let's go to this long text message right here. And this is outgoing, so in other words, it's coming from Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
And prior to this, we have the text messages where Miss Arias is trying to tell him something, and she's telling him that she doesn't want to leave it on his voicemail for him. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But that she wants to tell him something. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then you see Mr. Alexander is responding that he sent a response to her dire conversation, and he hopes that she reads it because she needs to.
Yes.
And he goes on to say that maybe it will spark human emotion in you, something that only seems to exist when it comes to your own problems.
Yes.
And he continues that everyone else is just a part of her sick agenda. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then he talks about that how she makes a comment on a picture of someone else, and that her comment makes her look like a pure whore.
Yes.
And you see where he tells her that you should be embarrassed by her comment.
Yes.
And that if that person knew what Mr. Alexander knew about her, he'd spit in her face.
Yes.
And he tells her that so would everyone else.
Yes.
And does he talk about how he's never been hurt so bad by someone,
Yes.
but that she doesn't care because it doesn't serve her evilness?
Yes.
Do you see in these text messages, are you starting to see anything like character assassination?
Yes, indeed I am.
Okay, can you tell us why this is character assassination versus name calling?
Because he's talking about her as less than human, because he's calling her a pure whore, or you look like a pure whore, which is like calling somebody a pure whore. He's talking about spitting, people spitting in her face. He's calling her evil.
Those are things that are worse than just name calling?
Yes, I think they're worse than just name calling, and because not only are they name calling, but they're all together. It's not like he's picked one thing to call her. It's like he's picking a group of things to tear apart her character.
Okay. And he continues to tell her that, that she couldn't get off her lazy butt to read what he had written to her.
Yes.
And he calls her a sociopath.
Yes, he does.
And he tells her that he doesn't want her apology.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
But he wants her to understand how evil he thinks she is.
Yes.
And he tells her that you are the worst thing that has ever happened to me. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he continues. He continues to call her a sociopath.
He does.
And does he tell her that she only cries for herself?
Yes.
And that he thinks that she's never really cared about him?
Yes.
And that she's betrayed him?
Indeed.
And we see her response, right? At the incoming right here?
Yes.
So after this long rant of continuous text messages from Mr. Alexander to Miss Arias with this character assassination, what do you make of her response?
That she didn't see it, and that she hasn't seen it, and she would wants him to.
You know, the expertise of.
Does she see, she's talking about that she doesn't have the email that he wanted her to see, right?
Right.
Is she responding in any kind of violent manner back to what all the terrible things he just said?
No.
And is she in any way showing any type of anger towards him?
No, she isn't.
Is it your understanding that after this text message conversation, that the two of them, Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias, then moved on to instant messaging?
Yes.
And have you reviewed that instant message?
Yes, I have.
It's rather long, right?
It's very long.
And actually, before we go to that, let me, again with Exhibit 450, the beginning of the May 26 text starts, we look at the time, and we're just checking for time differences. It starts at 3:21, you see that?
Yes.
And we see it ends at 9:17.
Right.
So about 6 hours?
Uh-huh.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So 6 hours where this, Mr. Alexander is continuing with this character assassination.
Yes.
But it doesn't stop, right? Because then, have you read through these instant messages?
Yes, I have.
And with regard to the instant message conversation that they then continue to have, does he continue with this character assassination?
Yes, he continues with it.
And is this something that you are now seeing that is worse than what you've seen before in his other tirades?
Yes, there's an escalation.
And an escalation of what?
An escalation in the names that he calls her, an escalation in what appears to be the intensity, and that he keeps going. He goes on longer. There are more names in that instant message. There are some worse names in that instant message.
What about, you said that he keeps going. What does that mean to you?
It takes a lot of energy to go on and on and on and keep that rage going. It's like an uncontrolled kind of rage. It's like a rage that just keeps feeding itself. And it would be very scary to be on the other side of that kind of rage, to be in the room with somebody who is going on like that. Most of the people I work with, although they might name call, they usually are not going on at that level in terms of what they say to somebody and how long they say it.
All right. What about if you have an argument that, in this particular, just talking about the text messages, if you have an argument that lasts 5 hours, is that unusual to have an argument lasting 5 hours?
No. And in fact, they were younger at that time, and I think that most people can remember arguments they had in their 20s that are probably a lot different than the arguments they have when they're older, they have more life experience, maybe they take things a little less personally. But when you're in your 20s and early 30s, a 5-hour argument isn't that long an argument. It's what's contained in the argument that's concerning to me, not just the length of the argument.
Okay. So, and when you talk about what's contained in the argument, what specifically do you mean?
The kind of language, the kind of derogation of somebody's character, the choice of words. I have rarely heard words strung together in the way they are strung together in this instant message.
All right. Judge, may I approach? I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 275.
Objection, witness doesn't indicate she doesn't recall it and doesn't need it, have any report. No question for her either.
Sustained.
Ms. Laviolette, have you reviewed the instant message?
I
of
have
May
reviewed
10th?
the instant message.
And page-wise, is it over 5 or 6? Well, it's over 6 or 7 pages.
Yes, it's 16 pages.
Okay. Is that something that you can remember without looking, or do you need help to look? Do you need help do you need to review it to remember the exact words that are being said?
I need to review it.
Okay. When we talk about and we're talking about the character assassination that's going on in this particular instance, is it important to you what the specific words that Mr. Alexander is using?
Yes.
Do the specific words make a difference to you whether or not you would consider them name-calling versus character assassination?
Yes, they do. The specific words are important.
Okay. Based on that information, can you tell us, give us an example of some of the character assassination that you see going on in this instant message?
What a freaking whore.
Exhibit.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
All right, what I'm going to ask you to do is not read from it. So if you want to look at it and then tell us, if you need to review it to remember what the words are, and then tell us what it is, okay?
Yes,
Okay.
I will.
All right. So can you give us another example of where you see character assassination?
In calling her a cheap whore,
Okay, and another one?
calling her a corrupted carcass. I don't know how a heart beats in such a corrupted carcass.
And another one?
Hitler had more of a conscience than you.
And another one?
I don't even know if you...
Sustained.
Ms. Laviolette, are you reading or are you reviewing and then telling us?
I'm reviewing and telling you.
Okay, may she continue? Yes. Thank you.
I've never dealt with a more solid form of evil. Calling her evil...
Review it. I'm asking she at least close it.
Yes.
Judge, may we approach?
Just look at it and then walk off and read. You may repeat what you've read, if it will refresh your recollection.
All right.
For the record, Judge, that's what she's doing.
Well, I just looked over and saw that she was looking down when she was speaking. You may continue.
He accuses her of being going on to the next dick.
And another one?
He tells her words are worthless. He hates her. She's caused him more pain than the death of his father. She's a rotten lunatic. He's never dealt with a more solid form of evil. She's nothing but a liar. She lives a life identical to Satan. She's a three-hole wonder. She ought to get tips for giving BJs. She never loved him. She's got a slut's job. Who freaking cares about you? You're worthless. You're a bitch. Your lies make your life worthless. You're taking up people's air. You don't care. You don't know what horror you've caused me. You're a laughingstock. You don't care about anything but Jodi. He blames her for a lot of the pain he feels in his own life. He tells her that he was nothing more than a dildo with a heartbeat to her. You're demented. Goes on.
Are there more
Those-
examples of character assassination?
Some repeats of the same kinds of things, some talking about her values, but basically more of the same and calling her some repeated names. But it goes on for 16 pages. Not all of them are name calling, but they certainly are tearing her character apart.
All right. And this is something, and I understand you're not familiar so much with the emails and which the difference between them, but you can tell that this is something that is being typed out between the parties, right?
Yes,
So every time Mr. Alexander wants to say something, he's going to be typing it.
yes,
And you say in this, when you talk about 16 pages, is this something that is single spaced?
it is single-spaced.
We talked about the length of the text message tirade lasting over 5 hours. Do you have any idea the length of this instant message conversation?
I don't know when it started. No, I don't know how long. I just know that it's single-space, 16 pages. So
What about his mother with regard to verbal abuse?
Objection to the court's order, hearsay.
Approach, counsel.
Okay, Ms. Laviolette. In reading the writings that Mr. Alexander wrote,
Yes.
okay, did he talk about having to suffer as a child from verbal abuse?
yes, he did.
And did he talk about suffering as a child from verbal abuse at the hands of his own mother?
Yes, he did.
And did he talk about the severity of this verbal abuse by his mother?
Yes, yes, he did, absolutely.
And when we talk about severity, was it severe verbal abuse?
It was very severe verbal abuse.
And is that important to you in trying to then assess the relationship or what he's writing and saying to Miss Arias?
Yes, there's a direct link when you look at role modeling and what you learn in families of origin. In addition to that, the only consistent risk marker when you look at people growing up or people who become perpetrators of domestic violence, the only consistent risk marker is that they have been exposed to domestic violence it could be their family of origin or the family that raised them, but there's exposure to that because children learn a lot from the people that raised them.
And unless they get some type of help or counseling for that, is it difficult for them to learn another way?
It's very difficult for them to learn another way. You don't expect somebody who grows up in a Spanish-speaking family and that's monolingual to speak fluent English. And I don't expect somebody who grows up in an abusive family to just know how to speak the language of mental health without some help. And that can come from other people, but generally speaking, almost 100% of the people that I work with have come from families where they were either direct recipients of abuse or they were exposed to it.
In this particular instant messaging conversation, at some point, does Ms. Arias talk about the sexual contact that they've had over their relationship?
Yes, she does.
Do you need to review it?
I basically know what she says,
Okay.
depending on what you're referring to. I know some of the things she said.
Okay. Well, if you need to refer, just refer to the exhibit. Let me know, okay?
All right.
All right. So does she talk about why their sexual contact was important to her, what she got from it?
Yes, she does.
And generally speaking, what is it that she says?
She basically says that for her, the sex made the relationship seem more special. Maybe she was blind to that, but that it made her feel more special. And that the more that she complied or went along with what he wanted to do, the more that they were sexual and the more satisfactory that sex was, the more he wanted her and the more time they had together and the closer she felt.
And so is she talking about the closeness that she enjoyed
Yes,
and the time that they would spend together?
yes.
In your practice, in your experience, is there a difference between men and women on how we view sex and love?
There's a saying that, and I don't mean to offend any of the men who don't feel this way. There's a saying that men give sex to get love, and men give love to get sex, and women give sex to get love. And that's not always true, but sexuality tends to mean different things, and oftentimes for women, it's the cuddling, it's the kissing, it's the foreplay, but oftentimes for men, it's the sexual act itself that encompasses that. So there's a different way of looking at sexuality, I think, in general.
And in your practice, have you found in your experience that men and women are judged differently based on their sexual activities?
Yes. Oftentimes when women are acting out in a sexual way, they're seen as sluts. There's a lot of names attached to that. When men are acting out sexually, it's often seen as that they're more of a stud, or that it's a more positive thing than when women are acting out sexually. And I think that things have changed to some degree, but I think there's still that overall belief that women who are acting out in a sexual way are seen more negatively.
By society, you mean?
By society in general, yeah.
All right. After May 26th, when we have these tirades, there's some journal entries from Ms. Arias. And have you reviewed the journal entries from May 26th to May 30th from Ms. Arias?
Yes, I have.
We're showing the exhibit 592. What's been marked is 592. And I know it starts with May 24th, but I turned the page to May 26th, okay?
Uh-huh. I mean, yes.
All right. So on May 26th, we have writings from Ms. Arias, and this would be around the same time that we just read through these tirades that are happening, right?
Yes.
Does Miss Arias talk about this communication that she just had with Mr. Alexander?
Again, the witness hasn't indicated she doesn't remember.
Restate your question.
In the journal entry, does Miss Arias talk about whether or not these communications that she just had with Mr. Alexander?
Her recollection hasn't been, doesn't need to be refreshed.
Overruled. You may answer.
All right. Yes,
Okay.
she does talk about it, and she calls it classic rude.
Sustained.
All right. So when we're talking, we just read through all this character assassination and the terrible names that he calls her. In her journal, does she write about it?
Yes, she does.
All right. And when she writes about it in her journal, does she characterize or does she minimize what just happened?
Yes, she does.
And does she minimize these conversations that she just had with Mr. Alexander in a way that basically, does she give it very much detail about it?
She d-
As to the time that these were written.
Overruled.
Does she give much detail about?
No, she doesn't. She doesn't give detail. She just says classic rude.
All right, so does she talk about then minimizing, in other words, she doesn't put any of these horrible names in her journal?
She doesn't, and that's part of the promise from earlier.
Sustained.
Is that part of the promise that she makes to Mr. Alexander earlier, not to write about negative things about him?
Why she didn't write it?
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, she's made a promise to him that she won't write specific things in her journal, and she's keeping that promise.
Does she actually refer to these tirades as one of the cycles?
Overruled.
She talks about a pattern.
Yes or no?
It's not beyond the scope.
Overruled. You may answer.
She talks about a pattern where he gets pissed off and then they make up. He goes off on her, he gets pissed off, he goes off on her, and then they make up.
And so is she talking, in a sense, is she getting a sense of this pattern? Does she understand that there's a pattern now?
She does understand there's a pattern.
And when she talks about this pattern, can you see an increase or an escalation in this pattern, how often it happens?
Do I see an increase?
Well, what she writes about, does she talk about timing of the pattern? And if you need to refresh your recollection, go ahead.
She talks about things being
Sustained.
How does she talk about it as a pattern?
She talks about it happening every few days.
Okay. And so...
Or every few days, there's a good period of time, and then there's another blow-up.
Okay. And so is that an escalation? Are you seeing an escalation in the pattern of the blow-ups and then back down?
Yes.
And are you seeing that, besides just looking at her journal, are you seeing that on your own through the text messages?
I'm seeing that on my own through the text messages, and I'm seeing that on my own in regard to physical incidents as well.
Okay. In this journal entry, does she compare Mr. Alexander to her own father?
She does.
And how does she compare the two?
She compares them as similar in their athleticism, in their physiques, in that they're both opinionated, that they're both Republican, and then she says, and they both make rude statements and then find ways to make up for it.
I'm looking at page 377 in case you need to refresh. Does she talk about specific...
The witness is reading, or isn't the question before her?
I just directed her to page 377.
Overruled.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. So, is there a point in this journal entry where she talks about their 2-hour chat?
Yes.
And when she's talking about chatting, is she talking, can you tell from the context of this entry, is she talking about this instant messaging chatting that she just did?
It sounds like it. She says we had a 2-hour chat, and I let him get it out of his system.
All right. So does she then talk about how she reacts to his tirades by letting him get it out of her system, his system?
That's what she says, that she lets him get it out of his system.
And is that part of the pattern that she sees that she's talking about earlier?
Yes.
All right, I'm talking, on May 27th, she has another journal entry, and I'm talking about page 379. Do you need to refresh your recollection?
No, I know that.
All right. Is she talking about meeting somebody named Ryan Burns?
Yes, she is.
And is she talking about taking a trip to go see him?
She's talking about taking a trip to Utah to go see Ryan Burns.
Is this evidence of her actual behavioral evidence of her moving on?
Yes.
And in her entry, does she sound excited about it?
She says great news, so she's excited that they've texted each other.
All right, and throughout this journal entry, is she talking about making plans to, on this trip, to go to Utah?
Yes, she is.
All right. On May 30th, I'm on page 381. Let me know if you need to refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Okay.
I've recollected.
Okay. And as of May 30th, 2008, is she making a full plan now to go to Utah? Does she know when she's going?
She's going the following week. She's excited because she's going to spend a couple days with Ryan, but she's also hoping to hit some national parks along the way.
And now on to June 1st, page 383. Is she just generally speaking about what her itinerary is?
Yes, and she's talking about visiting Daryl, her ex-boyfriend, and Matt, her ex-boyfriend, and Daryl and his son Jack. She's looking forward to visiting them and saying she's definitely going to visit them, definitely going to visit Matt.
And incidentally, is she still friendly with both of her ex-boyfriends, Mr. Brewer and Mr. McCartney?
She is friendly with both of them.
And later in this journal entry on June 1st, does she talk about, and I'm on page 385 if you need. Do you need to review that?
Yes, no.
Okay. All right. Later in this journal entry on June 1st, is she talking about bringing up the trip to Utah to Mr. Alexander?
Yes, she is.
And that she and Mr. Alexander have a conversation about her trip to Utah?
Yes, they do.
And how did Mr. Alexander take the news that she was going to Utah?
She says he's not that thrilled about it.
I didn't hear. Okay, I'm sorry. What did you say?
She says he's not very thrilled about her taking the trip to Utah.
That he's not thrilled? Is that what
That
you said?
he's not thrilled, yes.
Is she trying to, does she want to tell him that she's going to visit another man?
No, she doesn't. In fact, she's talked to the friend that introduced her and ask him not to say anything.
To Mr. Alexander?
Yes, not to say anything. She said she doesn't want to hurt Mr. Alexander.
And on page 389. Let me know if you need to refresh. And this is all part of the June 1st entry, right?
Yes. Okay.
Is she talking further about her conversation with Mr. Alexander?
Yes, she is.
And is Mr. Alexander guilting her about coming to see him?
Yes.
And does she talk about how she handles that?
Yes, she does. She says that she stood her ground. And she said if it wasn't for looking forward to seeing Ryan Burns, that she might not have been able to stand her ground, but that helped her to be able to stand her ground.
And by stand her ground, she's doing what?
By standing her ground, she's saying that she's not going to Arizona. She's not going to Mesa. She's going to take the trip she had originally intended to take.
Okay, so is she able to say no to Mr. Alexander?
Yes, she is.
And on page 390, does she talk about how he took that news?
She says that he sounded bothered by it.
Okay. And this was June 1st, is that right?
Yes. She also reminded him he was going to be visiting her soon.
Are you aware of the fact that they had plans that he was going to be coming up to California to visit her?
Yes.
And is that what she was reminding him of?
Yes.
And when she had the conversation with him about not being physical anymore, was part of that conversation that they weren't going to be physical when he comes to see her in California?
I believe they were going to be physical. I believe they had a plan
To
there
be
was a place in the woods.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So is this something that you see then that she is continuing to struggle with?
Yes.
All right. And then just generally speaking, text messages between the two of them from May 30th to June 2nd, are they just general conversation type text messages?
Yeah, they're very conversational.
Okay. Nothing mean about them?
No.
Now, I want to talk to you about the timing of communications from Mr. Alexander to numerous other women, okay?
All right.
And I want to specifically just narrow it down to a timeline of around December 2007 up to June of 2008, okay?
All right.
And it's not to say that there weren't communications with other women by Mr. Alexander prior to December of 7, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but for our purposes, let's narrow it down.
All right.
Okay. Have you reviewed communications between Mr. Alexander and other women during this time period?
Yes, I have.
And in your review of these communications, do you find them important to your assessment about the relationship between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias?
I find them important regarding the deception and
The deception by whom?
by Mr. Alexander, the ongoing deception.
Okay,
I find them significant for those reasons.
all right.
For that reason.
And do you find it addressing any type of a pattern in the way that he treats other women?
Yes, I do.
And when the communications that you reviewed between December and June, when do most of these communications take place as far as time of day?
They happen late at night, sometimes in the middle of the night. So they tend to happen late in the evening.
Okay, and not all of them, is that right?
No, not all of them.
But are you talking about most of them most of his communications with other women are in the middle of the night?
Yes, and in fact, some of the women complain about it.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about some of these. Do you know a woman, or are you familiar with a woman named Denise?
Yes,
And did you review communications between Mr. Alexander and Denise?
yes, I did.
What type of woman was Denise?
Sustained.
Well, Judge, may we approach?
May continue.
All right, Ms. Laviolette, in reviewing your communications between Mr. Alexander and this woman named Denise, does she, in your opinion, seem to be in a vulnerable position?
Yes,
And that's based on some of the things that she says about herself.
yes, it is.
And the communications with Mr. Alexander, is he flirtatious with her?
Yes.
And does he make sexual innuendos?
He asked for, yes.
Sustained.
You can wait for the judge to rule.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
I get excited.
All right. Let's talk about a woman named Nicole. Are you familiar with communications between Mr. Alexander and a woman named Nicole?
Yes, I am.
And was Nicole already in another relationship during these communications?
Yes, she was.
Overruled. She may answer yes or no.
Yes,
And during some of these conversations, is Mr. Alexander insulting her about her relationship?
yes, yes, he is.
In other conversations, is he being flirtatious with her?
Yes, he has been flirtatious with her.
And we've heard from about a woman named Lisa that he was dating from 2007 to 2008, right?
Yes,
Did you review communications between them as well?
yes, I did.
And are you aware of their age difference?
They were 10 to 11 years different.
Okay, was Lisa younger than he was?
Yes, Lisa was 10 to 11 years younger than he was.
All right. And we went through an email from Miss Andrews already where she was complaining about how sexual he was with her. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Deanna, are you familiar with communications between Mr. Alexander and Deanna?
Yes, I am.
And do you know who Deanna is?
Yes,
Is she a longtime girlfriend of Mr. Alexander?
yes, yes, she was.
Okay. And at this time in December from December to June of 2008, is he still in contact with her?
Yes, he is.
And did you review communications between Mr. Alexander and a woman named Chriselle?
Yes, I did.
And was this woman in a particularly vulnerable position?
Yes, she was.
And that's based on your review of the things that she said about herself?
Yes,
And in their communications, did they have graphic sexual content?
yes, they did.
And was Mr. Alexander, in reviewing the communications, is it Mr. Alexander who's also is speaking in sexually graphic ways?
Yes, he is.
Are you familiar with communications between Mr. Alexander and a woman named Reagan?
Yes, I am.
And in these communications, is there also, is Mr. Alexander being flirtatious?
Yes, he is.
Is he asking her for pictures?
Yes, he does.
And close to naked pictures?
Yes, he does.
And in particular, do you remember reviewing a communication between Mr. Alexander and this woman named Reagan, where he complains about having,
The leading nature question.
Finish the question, please.
where he complains about having an ex-girlfriend stalking him?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Jury will disregard the response. Counsel approach. You may continue.
In one of the conversations that you reviewed between Mr. Alexander and this woman named Reagan, did he complain that he had a stalker?
Yes, he did.
And incidentally, did he make this complaint timing-wise 3 days after he had phone sex with Miss Arias?
Yes, he did.
And about 2 days after he was sending Miss Arias lovely text messages?
Yes.
Did you review communications between Mr. Alexander and a woman named Shaitanya?
Yes, I did.
And, oh, I forgot to ask you, with the woman named Reagan, did she have any issues such that it put her in a vulnerable position?
Yes.
And you know that based on the things that she said about herself?
Yes.
All right, there was a woman named Shaitanya. Based on the things that she said about herself, was she in a vulnerable position?
She was vulnerable.
Okay. And she was not LDS, is that right?
No, she wasn't.
During the conversations between Mr. Alexander and Chaitanya, at some point in your review, did he give her the Book of Mormon?
Yes, he did.
And at some point, did he challenge her to read it?
Yes, he did.
Is that similar to what he did with Miss Arias when he met her?
Exactly.
And talking in their conversations, was there talk, graphically sexual talk in their conversations?
Yes.
And in fact, in one of their conversations, does Mr.
In the question.
I didn't ask.
You may continue.
In one of their conversations, does Mr. Alexander, does he talk about having his head between her legs?
Yes, he does.
And he's not wishing it. Is he talking about something occurred in the past?
He's talking about something that occurred.
Their conversations in late May. Let's talk about those a little bit, okay?
All right.
Is there a point in time when Mr. Alexander, as you read these conversations, was being manipulative with Chaitanya?
Yes, he was.
And in what way is that? Generally speaking, of course.
He alluded to suicide because she wouldn't come over
Okay.
to visit.
And does this conversation go on? Does this conversation go on for a little while, where he's talking about suicide?
He talks about suicide maybe 3 times or so.
All right. And ultimately, does this woman say no to him? She doesn't have the time to come over.
She does.
And after all of that, what is his response?
Rephrase the question, sustained.
Not his exact response, but what does he do?
He IMs her. I think these are IMs. I don't know if they're IMs or text.
Okay.
But whatever, he continues with that, and she stops communicating with him.
Okay. And is he still trying to contact her without her contacting him back?
Yes.
And that during this time period for Mr. Alexander, he had, in March, lost Lisa Andrews, is that right?
Yes.
And in April, he had lost Miss Arias.
Yes. Not completely, but he had.
He lost her
Physical
physically,
presence.
right?
Yes.
And in reviewing his journal entries, was he still pining for Miss Andrews?
I believe he was, yes. He was missing Miss Andrews.
Missing Miss Andrews, okay. Did you review messages or communications between Mr. Alexander and a woman named Maria?
Yes, I did.
And Maria was LDS, is that right?
Yes, she was.
But despite that, did he have sexual talk with her?
Yes, he did.
And did he talk about sneaking her out of his grandma's house?
Yes.
Said yes?
Yes.
And is that something that he did with Miss Arias?
Yes.
Do you see in his conversations with Maria, do you see him pushing sexual boundaries with her?
Yes, he does.
Do you see him, in these conversations, do you see him trying to go as far as he can?
He's asking her how far they could go before they'd have to go see the bishop.
Okay, and how does he do that? Does he give her examples?
He does give her examples. He gives her examples of what he called.
Does he give her examples?
Yes.
Okay. And does he get to a point where it's too graphic for her?
Yes, he gets to a point where she doesn't want to talk anymore about it.
Okay. In reviewing these communications, between Mr. Alexander and these women, what is it that you learn from it, as far as your assessment with this relationship and Mr. Alexander?
One of the things I see as a pattern in the way he connects with women, and in general goes after women that are younger than him or in a vulnerable place. He also pushes sexual boundaries. He sort of throws comments out to see how far he can go. There's just a pattern in the way he treats women in a very sexual way, very sexualized way. Although he has other conversations with them as well, he sexualizes them. He doesn't tend to have long relationships. Most of these relationships are over the internet or texting or that sort of thing. There are a few that are also in person, several that he's met with in person, but they're not long-term, they're not connected, they don't seem to be close relationships. And in several of the relationships, he is trying to encourage the women to join PPL, his business, or to give him a couple of leads.
Okay. Does he, in these conversations, does he put himself out there as a virgin?
Yes, he does. He consistently puts himself out as a virgin.
Given the timing of when all of this is happening in late spring of 2008, do you see any any indications of desperation from Mr. Alexander?
He seems to be, particularly with women who pull away. He seems to be more desperate in his relationship with Jodi Arias because there's an escalation in his verbal abuse and his physical abuse. When Shaitanya pulls away, he emails her to try to get in touch with him. The other women that he's in contact with continue to be in contact with him, so I don't see it there.
Okay, so so you see the desperation when the woman is pulling away from him?
Yes.
And do you see that with regard to Lisa Andrews?
I saw that in regard to Lisa Andrews, that when they would break up, he was continually, trying to make up with her, and they would make up. But when they eventually talked about engagement, the relationship ended. Ms. Andrews said it was mutual because his financial situation wouldn't allow him to support her. But that was when that relationship began to pull apart.
Okay.
For the last time.
For the last time, all right.
May I take a break?
Yes, we're going to take a break, so we'll take our recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the jury room at 10 minutes after 3. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
Ms. Laviolette, I forgot to ask you one thing about the woman named Chriselle. Was she married?
Yes, she was.
Is that part of what put her in a vulnerable position?
Yes, it is.
All right, I want to talk to you about, we know that the last we hear from Ms. Arias through her journals on June 1st is that Mr. Alexander was guilting her about not seeing him. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point on June 3rd, are you aware of them having at least one conversation where he is guilting her again?
Yes.
And during that conversation, was Ms. Arias able to say no?
No.
So at some point then, does she then go to Mesa to visit Mr. Alexander?
Yes, she does.
As far as your understanding goes, what happens when she arrives?
She arrives very early in the morning. They go to bed and sleep for a little while. They get up, and there's rope. Apparently, they have done this one time before where he ties her to the bed, and it is with twine, and so that was uncomfortable, so they bought rope, or he bought rope. He ties her hands to the bed. They have sex. Then there are pictures taken of her genitals. After the pictures are taken, I believe that she goes to shower. And after she showers, they're going to look at CDs of the trips that they've taken. And the first CD that she pulls out, or the CD is scratched or won't play, and that Mr. Alexander gets very upset and throws it. And then he bends her over the desk, and they have sex again. It's rougher this time, but she says it's still consensual.
Is that something that she would rather do than face anger from him?
Something she has consistently done to quell his anger.
Okay.
After that, he goes into the shower and wants her to take some pictures of him because he's been working out and he's kind of proud of the way his body is looking. And she drops the camera, and he gets very upset because she drops the camera, and says that a kindergartner can take better pictures, or 5-year-old could do this better, and apparently comes out of the shower, body slams her. She falls to the ground. She wriggles away and runs into the closet, gets the gun that he has in the closet, and he comes after her again and is coming at her like a football player, and she does not believe the gun's loaded, but she points it at him and shoots. And after that, she really doesn't remember anything until she gets to Hoover Dam.
And just to put this in perspective, your evaluation of this case has to do with their relationship really leading up to this point. Is that right?
Yes, it really does.
Okay. And so any specific facts as far as the specificity of what happens on that day, is that important to you, more important to you than the context of their relationship altogether?
No, I was retained on this case to look at whether or not I believe there was domestic violence that had occurred in their relationship. And that's really specifically what I was supposed to do, and that's what I did.
Okay. Do you have in your time that you've worked with battered women, do you have any experience in how they cope with trauma?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Well, there are different ways that they cope with trauma, but one of the things that happens is that they can repress things. They can block memories. They can block painful things in their relationships. They minimize, they deny. Sometimes they find things to distract themselves. It really depends on every relationship or every person who's battered. Every survivor is different. And so they use different things, but a number of women will block out painful memories. A number of women minimize and deny in the relationship. There's a pattern for most battered women that they empathize with the person who hurts them, and that the bottom lines are dropping a little at a time. And as the bottom lines are dropping and as the self-esteem is dropping, then you also begin to see that the apprehension is usually going up at that point.
The apprehension for the woman?
Yes, the apprehension for the survivor in regard to the perpetrator.
Okay. Do you notice, have you ever noticed in your counseling with battered women, do they ever detach from the trauma that they're experiencing?
Yes, they often detach because the memories are very painful. So they can look removed. And in fact, what I've seen, because sometimes we'll have battered women come out and tell their stories when we do public speaking or in training or that sort of thing. And when they have to tell their stories very much, initially, when they begin to tell their stories, there's generally a lot of emotion, or when they begin to feel that. But as they talk about the story and they tell it, they begin to detach from all of that feeling that was generated at the beginning. I think in part because it's too painful, and in part because they want to heal. And in part because the more you tell something, the more rote it gets in effect.
All right. Have you seen any of that with Jodi?
Yes, I have. And
How?
well, with Jodi, I think that at the end of that relationship and toward the end of the relationship, she was really in touch with her shame. She was getting in touch with how bad she felt about herself, about the shame about what she was doing. And she was becoming very aware of that. And she talks about that. There's conversation about that with Mr. Alexander. And what happened was that she wrote things that she never thought anybody would see. She took pictures she never thought anybody would see. And that her shame is now public. And I'm not sure what any human being would do if their most private thoughts and their genitalia were made public consumption. And that's what's happened with this, with social media and everything. And I'm not sure how you hold up under that. I'm not sure what you do to hold up under that and how you do that without becoming somewhat detached to be able to do it.
What you've learned, what Jodi has told you about what happened on June 4th, and she talks about Mr. Alexander attacking her from the shower and being full of rage. Does that correlate at all with anything that you've seen in the escalation leading up to June 4th?
Objection. Previous court's order, speculation.
Approach.
Ms. Laviolette, when we were talking about escalation and the things that you see through reading his own words in April and May and the physical abuse, all that escalation and the fear that you talked about that abusive men have about their partner leaving, is there any correlation between that and the ability for Mr. Alexander to be rageful?
Yes, there is a correlation between those two things. There's definitely a correlation.
Can you explain the correlation?
The correlation is that fear is an emotion that is fear and powerlessness about the situation, escalate anger. And when I've spoken to many of the men in my program, one of the things we do some exercises on powerlessness because that's where a lot of it comes from, and that's what they talk about. They talk about the powerlessness that they feel. And so we talk about power in a non-hierarchical way. We talk about power, the power of making decisions as a group, the power of moving your agenda along without hurting anybody else, you know, the power of feeling good, the power of an apology is one of the things that people will do, the kind of apology that's a gift, where you don't want anything from somebody else, where you're really, you know, how strong you can feel with that. And so the men talk about a lot of those things, about how they feel about different kinds of power. And, you know, I mean, they're pretty incredible conversations, actually.
And when they lose that power, is that something that results in fear and ultimately anger and rage?
Yes.
What about the idea that it takes two to tango? In other words, that it takes two to make an argument. Do you see that in these abusive relationships?
Well, if you're in a pretty healthy relationship, it takes two to tango. But if you're in an abusive relationship, you can tango with one person. And, you know, that often comes up as a subject, that it takes two to tango. But as I read the instant messages, what you hear is it really doesn't particularly matter what Ms. Arias does. Mr. Alexander is still able to continue. And I see that a lot when somebody's on a roll and they're really upset. It sort of doesn't matter what the other person does. They can be quiet and that can escalate. They can say something smart alecky and it can escalate. They can say something calming and it can escalate. So when you're in an abusive relationship, the two to tango rule sort of falls to the wayside.
All right. Given everything that you have reviewed, that you've read in this case, that you've seen, do you have an opinion, an ultimate opinion in your expertise about whether or not Ms. Arias was in an abusive relationship?
Yes, I believe she was in an abusive relationship.
And do you believe in your expert opinion that Jodi was a battered woman or is a battered woman?
Yes, I do.
And is there a difference between isolated acts of aggression versus a pattern of aggression?
Yes, isolated acts of aggression where actually anybody's capable of an isolated act of aggression. And many people have, you know, found themselves, you know, having an isolated act of aggression. The patterns is what makes it different. Okay. The pattern of and the context that it occurs in. So it's not just about physical abuse, it's about the emotional abuse. It's about the way somebody begins to feel about themselves. It's about the development of chronic apprehension.
All right, and so when you're talking about patterns and ultimately saying that Jodi is a battered woman, do you look at these patterns to make that determination?
Yes, I do.
And is that what you've seen here?
That's what I've seen in this relationship.
I want to ask you why. What do you base this on? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 558, which is the continuum that we talked about when you first took the stand. I want to ask you why. Why do you say that Jodi is a battered woman?
Well, nobody fits in a linear column.
Okay. Human
beings don't. So there are different kinds of things that happen in this relationship. Certainly putting down friends and family. There's some destruction of property, but it seems minimal at this point. A change in the victim's personality. Jodi is described by her 2 prior intimate relationships as generally happy, sweet, creative, lots of different things that are positive. They also say she can be a pain in the butt, which I'm sure that any of us can be a pain in the butt in a relationship. But what you begin to see is her moving into more depression, moving into more self-blame. They had talked about her as being good with other people. You see her pulling away from other relationships over time. So there's a lot of change in who she is. You see,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you see definitely threats of abandonment.
Where are you looking? I see you're looking up at the.
I'm looking at abuse and battering.
Okay, between abuse and a battery?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm looking at character assassination, because character assassination, and I don't even think I have it up there, do I?
But I see that under abuse, you have name calling, but not character assassination, right?
Yeah.
And then character assassination, you've told us earlier, is worse.
Yes.
And
So
more
I would
severe.
put character assassination in more high-end battering relationship.
Okay, a high-end battering relationship?
Yes, and you've got for a period of time with Miss Arias, you've got the monopolization of perception, where she tends to see the world through his eyes as opposed to her own. And you see manipulation. I mean, I don't have everything up there.
Right.
And that's just a guideline. It's just a framework. If you look at, Dan Sonkin's work, he goes into a lot more detail than I do.
Okay. Well, and that's what we talked about earlier, right? That no one human is going to exactly fit into one category, right?
Right.
Okay. But does this give us an idea of what a battering relationship might look like or a terrorist relationship might look like?
Yeah, I don't think that, there are definitely things that are higher end battering. I don't think terrorism tends to include a lot more violation of other laws, that kind of thing. So it tends to be the smallest percentage of people who are abusive.
Right. Okay. What about do you see psychological and emotional abuse?
Yes, I do.
And do you see, and part of that is the greater or the more severe character assassination?
Right.
What about physical abuse?
Well, there's an escalation in physical abuse. So you wouldn't be seeing, for instance, when you're looking at lower level abuse, you don't see choking. You don't see more frequent incidents. You usually, when you're looking at lower level abuse, and I say that not out of disrespect to people in that category, in the victims in that category, because they can have very low level abuse and still have very high levels of fear. So it's not about the level of fear, it's more about the behavior that's part of that. And the behavior that's part of that tends to be lower level kinds of physical abuse, which would be pushing and hitting, and lower level injury, which might be a bruise or a contusion, something like that. But choking is considered high end. So is breaking a finger. Kicking is considered high end. So what you're seeing is physical abuse at a higher level. You're seeing definitely the character assassination at a higher level. You see manipulation. You see deception. You see chronic infidelity. I mean, there's a lot going on here.
All right.
And the other thing is, of course, the family of origin issues.
Okay, and we see that at the top of your continuum with the exacerbating factors, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that, the family of origin you're talking about specific to Mr. Alexander's family?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is this something that Jodi could have seen from the beginning?
No, you don't start out in an abusive relationship with an abusive relationship. And I think that's really important to understand, that the way this started was with Miss Arias meeting a very charming young man who was handsome, who wooed her, who got her address to be able to go from a friend to be able to go to an executive director's, brunch or dinner, who was someone who made her feel very special. That's what people attach to at the beginning. They don't attach to, in general, they don't attach to somebody who's violent and doesn't treat them well. They attach to the best part of this human being. But what happens over time is that if you tend to be abusive, you're unable to maintain that. That beginning stage where you have all that big energy from being in love with someone, that tends to go down. And if you're a child who grows up in an abusive household, and the more abusive, there's a positive correlation there generally with how people react as adults. That child who is grown now becomes scared in an intimate relationship. I mean, intimate relationships are scary for people. Healthy people are scared in intimate relationships. So when you're dealing with somebody who's abusive, the emotional fear can be really debilitating for them. And that's what begins to take over. The fear, it's called sometimes chronic combat readiness, that these kids have been around violence enough that they're in a perpetual state of apprehension. And what happens is they develop what I would call an emotional reflex. So they're reactive. They're coming from a reactive place instead of a responsive place. And so over time, that's what you start to see. You start to see the person become abusive, even when they don't want to be.
All right. What about the information that you've used to make this assessment about Jodi and about the relationship between Jodi and Mr. Alexander? That information, is this all coming from either Jodi's mouth or from her journals?
No, not at all. I reviewed, I've got a box at home that's this big, and I've reviewed tapes from CBS 48 Hours Mystery. I reviewed IMs and text messages, and I don't know what the other things are. Emails. I reviewed small portions of Mr. Alexander's journal. I've reviewed some things that he's written, some of his writing about his family. I've reviewed the comments from between him and other women, and the events between and the IMs between Mr. Alexander and Jodi Arias. And I don't believe anyone provokes somebody to an ongoing pattern of violence.
What do you mean by that?
We are the experts in relationship, I think, of pushing each other's buttons. When you're in a relationship with somebody, you pretty much know how to get to them. But so there's provocation that happens in healthy and normal relationships. People provoke each other. The difference is that in an abusive relationship, nobody can provoke that pattern. That pattern tends to go from relationship to relationship if the relationship is long enough and intimate enough. And that's what I've seen over time with the men in my group. If they're connected to the woman, and a lot of times that is sexual connection, intimate connection, there's more likelihood that they're going to act out.
You talked about long enough and intimate enough. So in speaking with specifically about Mr. Alexander, when he was dating Lisa Andrews, that went on for months. Does it make a difference with abusive relationships if he was never intimate with her versus being intimate with Jodi?
That makes a difference. The other thing that makes a difference is they were really only together for 8 months. When Miss Arias lived out of state, there was not a lot going on, and she lived out of state for about 8 months. So there was not as much intimate connection between her and Mr. Alexander until she moved back, because they lived in separate places. But with Lisa Andrews, what you saw was that they broke up 3 times in that 8-month period. There was some physical contact for sure, but there wasn't sexual intimacy. But it was a length of time that was not particularly significant either.
All right, so then would it surprise you if she didn't complain about Mr. Alexander being physically abusive with her?
Yeah, it would surprise me.
Well, maybe I asked a double negative.
Okay.
Would it be I don't know. How would you feel if Miss Andrews did not complain about physical abuse from Mr. Alexander?
That she did not complain about it?
Right.
I wouldn't find that unusual. And she did complain about other things and about the pressure and about on her sexually. She did complain about him pushing on her boundaries. She did complain about him putting her down. She did complain about those things.
Okay. You talked a little bit about the difference, about the change in personality of Jodi. How do you know that she has a change? What information is it that you have in order to make that assessment?
I read the interviews with her 2 previous boyfriends. One was Matt McCartney, who she had about a 2-year relationship, and the other one was Daryl Brewer, who she had a 4-year relationship. And Daryl Brewer actually says he saw her change sort of before his eyes from a very responsible person, a very, a more outgoing, happy person, and she changed, and she, so he had descriptions of her and talked about that. So I read the way she was described by her other partners, and they had significant time with her, so I thought there was some accuracy with that. The other thing is that she still maintained friendships with both of them, and that usually says something positive. When relationships break up, oftentimes people, certainly for a period of time, aren't friendly with each other, or they don't have a friendship after that, but she maintained friendships with both of them, which is a positive thing.
All right. And based on your review of the case, did you learn about the changes that occurred with Jodi then after being with Mr. Alexander?
Yes, she became, well, they described her as bipolar, meaning that she went back and forth in her moods.
So not an actual diagnosis of
No,
bipolar.
not a diagnosis. Okay. People say bipolar.
Okay.
There's usually when people say bipolar, what they mean is she goes from one mood to another, and it looks like it's happening relatively quickly. And she was described as moody prior to that, but this was a more extreme change, and this was described more by Mr. Brewer.
Okay. And what about her depression and suicidal tendencies, those types of things? Is that something that changed for her after being with Mr. Alexander?
Yes, neither Mr. McCartney nor Mr. Brewer described Jodi Arias as suicidal.
And what about any type of deep depression with her?
They describe her as generally happy, and they talk about her crying and that she can fluctuate in mood, but they don't talk about her having deep depression that I read.
Okay, and did they talk about when you say crying? Is that what happens when she gets upset, that she would cry?
Yes, not an unusual response.
All right. Did either one of them ever describe her as a liar?
No.
I have a couple of additional questions for you. I know it was a couple days ago when we established that you sent books to Jodi, right?
Yes, I did.
And is that about 5 books that you sent to her?
I think I sent her 4 books and a magazine subscription.
Okay. And I guess I'll get this out of the way now. Do you have a memory problem?
No, I don't.
And do you have any feelings for Jodi such that it would impair your abilities to make an honest assessment about her as a battered woman or about her relationship with Mr. Alexander?
No, I don't.
In everything, the text messages, everything that you've reviewed in this case, and from Mr. Alexander's own words, did you ever hear about any patterns where Jodi was being physically abusive or aggressive with Mr. Alexander?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see any patterns of verbal abuse from Jodi to Mr. Alexander?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see any patterns of psychological abuse or controlling behavior by Jodi to Mr. Alexander?
No, I did not.
And did you ever see any evidence at all of jealousy from Jodi to Mr. Alexander?
No, I didn't.
All right, I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Ma'am. Ma'am, one of the things that you told us earlier was that you have a bachelor's degree, correct?
No, I have a master's degree.
Well, before that, you had to have a bachelor's degree, correct?
Yes, I did.
What year did you get your bachelor's degree?
1969.
And then after that, you did get the master's degree, right?
Yes, I did.
And what year was that?
1980.
So there was a span of time between the bachelor's and the master's degree, correct?
Yes, there was.
And ma'am, one of the things that you didn't tell us was that after the master's degree, you did not continue in your studies, did you?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You did not obtain a PhD, did you?
No, but I continued in studies.
So is it true that you did obtain a PhD then?
No, I continued in my studies. I took classes and I take CEUs every year.
So the answer is no, you do not have a PhD, correct?
No, I don't have a PhD.
And since you don't have a PhD, ma'am, there are certain restrictions that are placed on you that are not placed on an individual with a PhD, correct?
Yes,
For example, you cannot administer any tests, correct?
I don't administer tests.
The answer is no then, correct?
Yes,
And the other thing that you can't do is you can't read any psychological test either, correct?
I can't read any
In
psychological
other
tests.
words, you may have some training in what you do, but in terms of looking at a psychological test, you may have some idea, but you have to rely on others that have more schooling and training than you to be able to tell you what the results are of a particular test, right?
I would tell you that we have different training. And in terms of psychological tests, I would not be doing psychological tests. In terms of other things, I might have more training than someone with a PhD.
I'm not asking about other areas. I'm talking about psychological tests. Do we understand each other?
We definitely understand each other.
With regard to the psychological testing, it's true that you do not have the expertise to be able to engage, if you will, in the reading of tests, correct?
Correct,
And you can't score tests, correct?
correct.
And in fact, you're aware of what is known as the DSM-4, right?
Yes, I am.
It's the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual that psychologists and sometimes psychiatrists use in diagnosing individuals, correct?
Actually, that's not correct.
There is no such book as a DSM-4?
Psychotherapists also use that book, and I am a psychotherapist, Mr. Martinez.
So you do use that book then, right?
I've used that book.
And with regard to this particular case, isn't it true that in that book that you say that you use and that you are familiar with, isn't it true that in that book there is no diagnosis of battered woman, right?
True.
There is no indication or any diagnosis of an abused woman either, correct?
Objection, Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
May continue. Overruled.
With regard to the DSM-4, isn't it true that it does not have a diagnosis of quote-unquote battered woman, right?
True.
And now, what we really have in this particular field is what you do, correct? You have somebody who has experience, right?
Well, I want to hear what you're talking about. What, can
Do
you
you
tell
or do
me?
you not have experience in dealing with what you allege to be battered women?
I do.
And with regard to that experience and making a determination whether or not an individual is a battered woman, basically what you have available to you are clinical interviews, right?
That's one thing that we have available.
Right, and basically a clinical interview is you sitting across from the person that may or may not be a victim of battering and talking to them, right?
That's one of the things I use.
Right, that's what you do, right?
That's one of the
your-
things I do.
That's one of your main instruments, if you will, in trying to determine whether or not the situation
It is
involved.
not my main instrument, Mr. Martinez.
Is it one of the items that you use?
It is one of the things that I use, correct?
And in this particular case, you told us that what? You spent what, 40 hours talking to the defendant?
44.
44 hours, so that's the clinical interview aspect of it, correct?
I used that as one of the, that is the clinical interview that I did, right?
Yes or no? That is the clinical aspect of your practice, correct?
It is a clinical aspect of my practice.
And in
Correct.
this case, the 44 hours, that's the clinical aspect of this evaluation, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by the clinical aspect.
Well, a clinical interview, as you know what a clinical interview is, right?
Of course I know what a clinical
All
interview
right,
is.
then we seem to be having problems with it. With regard to a clinical interview, ma'am, isn't that a situation where you sit across from an individual and you talk to them about the issue that is at hand? Isn't that true?
You interview them, you ask questions, you do an assessment.
So when you are interviewing, you're not talking then, right?
Mr. Martinez, I
Yes or
think...
no? My question is, are you talking, yes or no?
Mr. Martinez, are you angry at me?
Ma'am, is that relevant to you? Is that important to you?
Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from laughing in the courtroom.
Is that important to you whether or not the prosecutor is angry to you with regard to your evaluation? Does that make any difference to your evaluation whether or not the prosecutor is angry? Yes or no?
It makes a difference to me the way I'm spoken to, and I would like you to speak to me the way I speak to you.
Ma'am, is it true that just because the prosecutor is angry at you, is that going to make you change your answer with regard to whether or not this is a battering situation?
No, certainly
Well,
not.
then, the fact that the prosecutor may or may not, or you may perceive him as being angry, that really has nothing to do with your evaluation, does it?
No, but it certainly is.
Yes or no? Does it have anything to do with your evaluation? And judge, it's a yes or no answer.
Judge, she's trying to answer the question. Some of these questions cannot be answered by yes or no.
Ms. Laviolette, can you answer that question, yes or no?
I'm not sure at this point what the question is, because when someone is approaching in that way, it's very hard to listen.
All right. Restate your question.
Just because somebody has a demeanor that you perceive to be angry, is that going to sway your opinion as to what you think in this case?
No, it isn't.
Is it going to change anything about your evaluation based on the way the questions are asked?
No.
So in this case, when we're talking about the interview, the clinical interview, what we're talking about you doing is speaking to the defendant across the table about the issues in this case, right?
Yes.
And that's the interview, speaking with each other. You spent 44 hours, right?
Yes.
The other thing that you indicated to us was that, well, you looked at a lot of other collateral items, right?
Yes.
You looked at journals, that's what you indicated, right?
One of the things I looked at.
Sure, and you indicated that you looked at writings of interviews with other people, right?
That I looked at.
Interviews that were done by somebody else.
Yes. Yes.
You looked at text messages, right?
Yes.
Instant messages, right?
Yes.
Emails, right?
Yes.
And that's how your evaluation was in this particular case, right?
That is correct.
You did not, other than talking to the defendant, you did not talk to anybody yourself, right?
That is correct.
So you were left, if you will, in terms of the materials that you were to review, not from the defendant, not about the journals, you were sort of left to just read what somebody else had written about an interview with a collateral source, right?
On those particular
Yes.
collateral sources. On the
Yes.
interview parts, certainly, not on the IMs and the
I'm
text.
talking about the collateral sources that actually somebody wrote down a synopsis, right?
Yes,
And one of the things that we know with regard to your particular approach is that since there is no diagnosis in the DSM-4, there really is no, if you will, guide out there to tell you when somebody is really a battered individual or if somebody is an abused individual, right?
that's not correct.
Well, what we actually have, man, is, let's take exhibit number 558. Isn't this what you used to tell us?
That was an
I'm
example.
not done my.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Isn't
apologize.
this true, exhibit 558? Isn't that what you ended your testimony with, talking about this particular continuum of aggression and abuse to tell us that the defendant, in your opinion, was the victim of abuse, right?
That was not the only thing that I used,
Yes
Mr.
or
Martinez.
no? Did you use this to tell us that the defendant was in an abusive relationship? Yes or no?
Judge, she tried to answer the question, he interrupted her.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no. Do you want the truth, Mr. Martinez, or do you want
Ma'am,
yes or
I'm
no?
asking you questions. You seem to be having trouble answering my questions.
I have
If
trouble.
if you have a
Okay.
problem understanding the question, ask me that. If you want to do you want to spar with me? Will that affect the way you view your testimony?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
We approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
With regard to this particular case, ma'am, you did refer to this exhibit 558. Yes or no?
I referred to it.
Yes or no?
Yes, I referred to it.
And when you referred to it, Ms. Wilmot was asking you questions about it. Yes or no?
Yes,
And she was asking you questions about that, and it involved the defendant, didn't they?
yes.
And it involved the defendant, in your opinion, as to whether or not she was somebody who was abused, correct?
Not exactly.
Well, is it somebody that was not abused then?
No, I
Yes or no?
don't rely particularly just on that, and it feels like that's what you're trying to get me to say.
Didn't you use this as in
As
part
one,
to-
as one part?
Right. Isn't that what you used?
I used it as one piece of information.
And what happened is you went to the diary, the journals, for example, right? You reviewed the journals here,
I
right?
reviewed the journals.
And then you went to this, which is exhibit number 558, and then you started to talk about how something in the journal was mirrored or set out in exhibit 558, right?
Something in just the journal? I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you asking me if the
Ma'am,
only?
Let me ask it this way. Do you
Okay.
remember talking to us about a lot of journal entries? Do you remember talking to us about that?
Yes,
Do you remember talking about certain dates, right? Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember talking about what was written in those journals, right?
yes,
And you characterized what was written in those journals, right?
some of
Sure.
what was written in the journal.
Yes, what was written in those journals, you characterized it, right?
Mr. Martinez, I'm not sure what you're saying.
With regard to the journals, do you remember talking about the journals?
I do,
Do you remember talking about specific dates in those journals, right?
I do.
And with regard to those journals, for example, with regard to the defendant, you indicated that she never said anything negative about Mr. Alexander, right?
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Well, to me, answer.
Do you remember saying that?
I said that I hadn't read anything that she said that was negative.
So if you didn't read anything that showed that if there was anything negative, in your mind there was nothing negative in those journals about Mr. Alexander, right? As written by the defendant, right?
There were selections of those journals.
Right. The journals that you reviewed here in court, ma'am. All of the journal selections that you reviewed here in court. And you did review more than those journal selections here in court, right?
Yes,
You reviewed all of the journals, right?
Miss Arias's journals.
Sure,
And
yes.
during that period of time,
Yes, you reviewed
I
her
didn't read
journals.
all of her journals.
You read journals aside from the ones that were presented here in court, right?
Yes, I did.
So as a result of those reading of those journals, you then said to us, for example, well, there is nothing in those journals that is said by the defendant negative about the person that she killed, right?
No, that's not true.
Characterizes the testimony.
Overruled. She's answered. Her answer will stand.
Okay, tell me what negative things the defendant wrote about herself.
I thought you asked me if she said anything negative about Mr. Alexander.
Did you have a problem understanding the question? Tell me what negative things the defendant wrote about herself in those journals. That was my question.
Would you show me what you're referring to?
No, you're the one that just told us that you read journals before you came here into court, didn't you?
I did.
And you spent many hours, correct?
Yes, I
And
did.
you charged $250 an hour to read them, right?
The standard fee, Mr.
Am I asking you if
Martinez.
that's a standard fee?
Apparently not.
And ma'am, and in those journals, the ones that you read, the ones that you can remember, can you think of anything negative that the defendant said about herself in those journals? Anything?
She talked about being depressed. She talked about, and there are numerous places where she talks about feeling bad about herself in places, not just in the journal, but in
I'm
places.
talking about the journals, ma'am. Remember, that's what we're talking about. Just the journals.
I read the journals.
Right, what else?
I read the journals, and you would have to show me specifically what you're talking about. I don't know what part of the journals you're talking about, and frankly, I read pages and pages of journals, Mr. Martinez.
I'm just talking
So
about...
when you're asking me to say something specific about what she said about herself, I had samples. Do you have samples to give me that I can see where?
I'm asking you from your reading of the journals, as you sit here today with the memory that you have intact, what can you tell us that she wrote that was negative? You did say that you read the journals, right?
I did read the.
Objection, argumentative, and foundation, date and time that he's referring to.
Overruled.
Right? You did say you read the journals, right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us that is negative that she wrote in any of those journals?
You're asking me specific comments she made, and I can't tell you specifically what she said because I don't have the journal with me.
Oh, so in order for you to tell us what she wrote in the journal, you have to have it in front of your face so that you can read it, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Well, it seems to be what you're telling me is that your memory is lacking as to what was in those journals. Yes or no?
No.
All right, then give me another example of what you read in those journals that is negative that the defendant said.
She talks about not being productive.
Okay, what else?
She talks about feeling lousy about herself.
Okay.
She talks about not being advanced in PPL the way she'd like to be advanced in PPL. She talks about not having her goals, not forwarding her goals in the way she wants to.
Anything else?
I'm sure there are other things.
But you just can't remember right now, right?
I can't.
And all in all, what you've given us is a pretty positive picture of the defendant, because those kinds of things that you're talking about are really not that major in the grand scheme of things, are they?
They're not that major.
And ma'am, with regard to this issue of how you conduct your work, the way it really works is that you conduct the interviews and then you look at other sources, right?
I do.
And that's what you did in this case, with the exception that you only conducted one interview, right? The defendant's interview, right?
Yes.
And in this case, we are left, if you will, to follow this roadmap that you gave us, which is Exhibit 558. That is, in a sense, a roadmap, right?
It's a guideline.
It's a guideline, which means we can look at it to guide us to a goal, right?
It is a guideline. It is not a specific roadmap that will take you from here to here.
I'm not asking, I've left the word roadmap behind. I actually used the word guideline. Isn't this a guideline that will take us to a certain decision or opinion by you? Isn't this in part, isn't this a guideline that you use?
It is a guideline.
And this is a guideline that you created, right?
Yes, it is.
So that you can change it whenever you want, right?
I have changed it.
Right. So the answer is, this is your guideline and you can change it whenever you want, right?
Yes.
And in fact, with regard to using this guideline, isn't it true that you really don't even have to talk to any of the parties that are involved in order for you to reach your opinion?
I don't use a guideline that way, Mr. Martinez.
Well, are you familiar, back in 2010, are you familiar putting on a seminar and indicating that Snow White was a battered woman? Do you remember talking about that?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled. Do you remember that? Yes or no?
No, if you would like to show the entire YouTube video, I would be happy for anybody to see that, because I'm not talking, the title is Snow White a Battered Woman because it was catchy.
Right. So it does say is Snow White a battered woman, right? That
It
is
does.
the title of it, correct?
It is.
And in fact, you gave this presentation, if you will, in Las Vegas back in 2010, right?
I've given it more than once.
In 2010, isn't it true that you gave this presentation in Las Vegas?
I gave a short form of it.
Yes or no?
I gave a short form of it, yes, I did.
Did I ask you whether it was a long, medium, or short form?
Well, there are different versions of it, Mr. Martinez.
I'm asking you whether or not you gave this presentation, yes or no. I'm not asking about the
I
length.
gave a presentation in Las Vegas, yes, I did.
Isn't it true that you also gave that presentation in Los Angeles, again in 2010?
An altered version.
But you did give this presentation involving Snow White and whether or not she was a battered woman in Los Angeles, right?
Yes.
And one of the items that you used with regard to that in trying to determine whether or not an individual is a battered person, you look at 558. That's a guideline that you use, right?
I did not use that at all in any of the speaking engagements, Mr.
Well,
Martinez.
I'm not asking if you used it in the speaking engagements. In this case, for example, you talked about family of origin issues. Do you see that up there?
Yes.
And one of the things that you told us, well, you looked at the family origin of Mr. Alexander. Didn't you tell us that?
Yes.
Well, if we take a look to follow up on your Snow White issue that you presented, isn't it true that she had family of origin issues, didn't she?
The family of origin issues we're talking about here, Mr. Martinez, are the family of origin issues for the perpetrator.
Okay, so in other words, in this case, you see Mr. Alexander as the perpetrator. You don't see him as the victim.
No.
And so it's...
Well, I see, I am looking at domestic violence. And in regard to domestic violence, I am seeing Mr. Alexander as the perpetrator. Yes.
And one of the things that we know about your presentation also is that, and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is a fairy tale by the Brothers Grimm, right?
Yes.
And in it, we have an individual, that's the king, right, who is married and has a kid, and they name her Snow White, right? Yes or no?
I'm not using the Brothers Grimm version. I'm using the Walt Disney cartoon. I just want to make that clear.
So there's different, all right? But it is true, though, that Snow White had a father, right?
Yes, she did.
And the father was the king, right?
Yes.
And it ends up that Snow White's mother ends up dying, right?
Yes.
And what ends up happening is that he remarries, right?
Yes.
And what ends up happening when he remarries is that he has somebody who is less than honorable, if you will, or savory with regard to her view of Snow White, correct?
Yes.
And so what happens during that situation is that there is a problem because this woman, the queen, begins to, if you will, abuse or be less than nice to Snow White, right?
Yes.
So what we have then is a situation where we have a father who has failed to protect, right? If we're looking at it from this global perspective, right?
Yes.
And so then if we look at it that way, Snow White is sort of being, and I use the term loosely, abused. Not in the technical sense, but she's not being treated correctly, right?
She's being abused as a child, right?
That's correct. And one of the things that happens after that is that the father sends her away, correct? She goes into the forest, right?
Objection for relevance going this far into the Snow White story?
Overruled.
Right?
She goes into the woods, correct.
And in fact, when she's out in the woods, there's neglect by the father, right?
Yes.
So, for example, in this particular case, one of the things that you used in your evaluation was that the defendant, according to you, suffered some abuse as a kid, right?
Yes.
According to you, the wicked stepmother in her circumstance is her mother, right?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm the one that's asking the question. Isn't that true?
I don't equate her mother with a wicked stepmother.
Well, her mother, according to what you found out, hit her with a spoon, right?
Right.
And according to what we know is she allowed her father to hit her also, right?
Yes, she did.
And her father hit her, and at one point, you know, some of this. What do you know about what her father did to her in terms of any abuse that there may be here?
There was one incident where he pushed her and she hit a piece of furniture and lost consciousness.
And the mother was present, right?
I'm not certain if the mother was present. Mr.
Wouldn't that be
Martinez.
important to know?
Not necessarily, because there were other incidents.
Pardon?
There were other incidents. I'm not evaluating whether or not Miss Arias is a battered child, Mr. Martinez. I was looking at the issues of domestic violence.
Well, ma'am, you're talking about abuse, aren't you?
I'm
Right.
talking about domestic violence between two adult intimates.
And one of the things that you just told me that you did was that you looked at the background of the defendant. Didn't you just tell me that?
I did.
And you know about this abuse at the hands of her mother, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that happens, and we've talked about Snow White being sent out in the forest, one of the things that happens to the defendant, you're aware, is that according to what you know, isn't it true that before this she was the age of majority, she was, if you will, also sent out into the woods to go live with somebody else, right?
She was not sent out. She chose to leave.
So she left. In other words, she chose to leave. Why? Why do you believe that she chose to leave?
Objection, relevant speculation. Very tough.
Overruled.
Go ahead. Why did she choose to leave?
She chose to leave because she felt abused and because she felt controlled.
By her parents, right?
Yes,
And she moved in with somebody by the name of what? What was his name?
Bobby Wattis.
And she lived in what can be best described as less than ideal circumstances, right?
Correct.
And the same thing with Snow White, right? She lived in a situation with less than ideal circumstances, right?
She lived with the seven dwarfs, and according to the Disney version, she was pretty happy.
Well, she lived in a shack, right?
I thought it was a cute little cottage, Mr. Martinez.
All right. But there's seven dwarfs that she's living with, right? No one of her own age is there, right?
I don't know the age of the dwarfs.
Well,
I don't. I'm
what
sorry, but I don't.
What I'm saying to you is it your opinion that there were other little kids that would play in the playground with her when she was living with the seven dwarfs?
Objection, relevance. Argumentative.
Overruled. You may continue.
Would you repeat the question, please?
Is it your understanding that there were other little kids to play with Snow White out near the shack?
Near the cottage? No.
In fact, she was just there cooking and cleaning, right?
Well, she was talking to the birds and singing with the animals.
And cooking and cleaning for the dwarfs, right?
Correct.
Isn't that sort of what you know about the defendant and Bobby Juarez, right?
I don't know that Jodi Arias was cooking and cleaning for Bobby Wattis.
Do you know if he was working?
He was not working.
Do you know who was providing the money to buy the food?
They were living with his family.
Right, but do you know whether or not the defendant was working?
She was working.
Do you know whether or not she indicated on the stand that she was the one that bought all the food?
I've not been privy to what she said on the stand, Mr. Martinez.
Did you discuss it with her?
That she bought food and
Sure.
brought food into the house? Yes, she did.
And then with regard to Snow White, one of the things that we know is that something bad happens to her, right? The incident with the apple, right?
Yes,
Somebody comes and harms her, right?
yes.
And we can take it different ways, but do you know any incident involving her and Bobby Juarez?
Yes.
What is the incident that you know about?
I know about a time that he choked her. I know that he, according to Mr. McCartney, verbally abused her.
So with regard to the choking, that's a violent act, correct?
Correct.
Just like this issue involving the apple is a violent act, right?
Correct.
And with regard to Snow White, we know that she ends up going unconscious, as we would talk about it in this day and age, right?
Correct.
And basically what's going on with her is that she's waiting around, right? For Prince Charming, right? Or somebody, right?
She's waiting around
Well, she's not going anywhere, right?
when she's unconscious?
Right,
Well, when she's unconscious, she's lying around unconscious.
right. And then we have the kiss, or whatever happens, and Snow White awakens, right?
Correct.
And she starts to live with Prince Charming, right?
Yes.
And if we start talking about this issue involving the balance of power, in that particular situation, Snow White has no power, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Right?
Well, she's a queen. I'm not sure what kind of power she has.
The king has the power, doesn't he?
Objection, foundation. Relevance, foundation, speculation.
Overruled.
Right?
Well, the king, yes, has more power.
Right. And so if, for example, Snow White, in this relationship, if we're talking about the balance of power, in that case, she doesn't have much power, right?
Objection, speculation, judgment, may approach.
You may approach. You may continue.
Based on your understanding, ma'am, who had the power in that relationship, the king or the queen?
In the specific cartoon of Snow White,
I'm talking about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which presentation, which you have used on 2 separate occasions.
Mr. Martinez, you're mischaracterizing my presentation. I don't do my presentation the way you're characterizing it.
Ma'am, isn't it true that there's a syllabus that indicates, for example, that from 11:10 to 12:10 in Studio 3, Alyce Laviolette presented a presentation titled, "Is Snow White a Battered Woman?" Would that be true?
That's the title. It was a catchy title.
So is that yes? That would be true then, right?
It was a catchy title, yes.
So, yes, I am reading it correctly, right?
You're reading the title correctly. You're not reading the content correctly.
Ma'am, what this shows us is that with your approach and with Exhibit 558, even if no one's alive, even if it's a myth, even if it's all made up, you can still come to the opinion.
Wait till he finishes the question. Finish your question.
Isn't it true that you can still come to the opinion that the person in this fantastical world is a victim of domestic violence?
That is incorrect.
Well,
That was not what I said in my speech.
and
I have said repeatedly that it is a catchy title, and I used it. But what I do in the speech is to talk about gender and power, and I talk about gender. Mr. Martinez, I'm not talking about Snow White actually being a battered woman. I use, well, you'd have to see the speech
Ma'am,
and you'd have to see the content, Mr.
putting
Martinez.
aside your presentation, now we put aside your presentation, isn't it true that using your continuum of aggression and abuse, and by reading this myth, we can plug in and go through this and make an assessment that Snow White was a victim or was a battered woman? We can do that, can't we?
No, we cannot.
What?
We absolutely cannot.
There's an objection. Ms. Lamont.
That's a mischaracterization of the continuum. You called it a myth.
I think you misinterpreted the question. Restate your question.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that if we take a look at this continuum of aggression and abuse, which is Exhibit 558, if we use that and we refer to something that's wholly a myth, using your expertise, we can make a determination, for example, that Snow White was a battered woman, can't we?
No, we cannot.
Well, then let's talk a little bit about Snow White and whether or not we have some of these issues that are presented here.
We're
in your
talking-
exhibit. Yes or
that's-
no? Can we do that? Yes, can we do that? Could you do that with me?
You're mischaracterizing it, Mr. Martinez.
I would like to go through it with you. And what you told us is that these columns are not necessarily exclusive, right?
That is specific to adult relationship, adult intimate partner relationship, Mr. Martinez. And I have no information about the relationship between Prince Charming and Snow White. I don't know what their relationship was, so you're mischaracterizing that by saying that that can be applied to Snow White as a child. This is not about child abuse.
Well, let's talk about, for example, whether or not we can find some of the items that were present in the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and whether or not Snow White was a battered woman, okay? With regard to the conference agenda, that conference agenda that we're talking about, it dealt with adults, didn't it?
It dealt with adults.
Yes, it did. And in it, you said, "Is Snow White a battered woman?" That was the title, right?
Objection, ask the answer.
Sustained.
And that being the case, ma'am, now you're trying to tell me that, well, no. I don't want to talk about Snow White now because it involved a child, right?
No, that's not what I said, Mr.
Well,
Martinez.
then,
Do you want me to answer that, Mr. Martinez?
yes, I want you to answer me why it is now that you don't want to talk about Snow White as an adult, when you did talk about Snow White as an adult, when you made the presentation back in 2010.
I talked about Snow White in regard to growing up and what we believe about ourselves as men and women growing up. I did not talk about Snow White in an intimate relationship with the prince.
What did you say at the end there? In an intimate relationship where?
With the prince or the king or whoever.
My question was a little bit more narrow than that. And my question was that in this presentation, this involved adults that you were talking about, right?
I spoke to adults.
And it involved adult abuse, didn't it?
It involved gender. We were talking about gender and expectation about gender. And it was in a domestic violence conference, so I spoke about it in a domestic violence conference.
Right, and it involved adults, right?
It involved what we learn as children and bring into adulthood.
So it involved what you learn as children and what now?
And what we can bring into adulthood about what we learn as children.
Right, and so for example, if we have anger as an issue in the family, that's something that we can learn as a child and take into adulthood, which is what you told us about Mr. Alexander, right?
Correct.
And so we can talk about a number of things that are here and use this as a guide, can't we? To determine whether or not an individual is a victim of abuse, right?
I'm confused. Are you talking about Snow White again? Because I'm not sure where you're going here.
I'm talking still about...
I'm not understanding this.
I'm talking about Snow White, Exhibit 558.
That is not applicable to Snow White and the prince's relationship, which is the relationship that this is about adult intimate partner violence. And you keep referring to Snow White as a child. And what I'm saying to you is that that's about adult intimate partner violence and not about her relationship with the prince, which I know nothing about after they get married.
So what you're saying is, though, even though this involved adults, and you did say it's Snow White a battered woman, which would imply that she was involved with a man as an adult, right? You're saying that disregard that now, right? Because it doesn't mean what it says, right?
All right, we're going to take the recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, Monday, 9:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition. Are there any questions? Have a nice weekend. You are excused. Record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Laviolette, you may step down. Counsel, is there anything else for today?
Just the issue we talked about that you would address in private.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what he said.
I said just the issue that the judge indicated you would address in private.
Yes. Why don't we go back?